traditional words sang at this part. I have my sister, Little Bear, a powerful young leader in our tribe, sing, but I'm going to say it out loud. This is a warring song. We're going to ask it to help all of us to be there, to help stand up our parents, sisters, brothers, children in their time in supporting their families in need. Because it's not just about the individuals using, it's all about all of us taking responsibility and accountability to keep all of our people to have choices. With choices, there's like, you have a choice. All of us have to take responsibility for that, regardless of whether or not we have children in this world. Because it's what we do. We stand each other up so that they're strong enough to stand us up when it's our time to fall. Because we all take falls. Not all of us in regards to drugs, but we're witnessing it all over. And we want to say, oh, we're going to war on drugs. No, we don't want to war on drugs. We want to use this warring song to give us the strength and the vision on how to support an individual. Because there's all sorts of programs that can help, but we got to get our people there. And sometimes it's the individuals that are doing the work that need the most help, that need to be stood up, that need to be brushed off, that need to be told how important they are, to need to know that you're making a difference in this world. Because if you're moving forward and you're trying your best, you're making a difference. We lead by example. Just simply by working at an event and bringing someone to help do that work feeds what's starving in them, in each and every one of us. We call it feeding our Indian. But we feed our Indian by being responsible in this world and finding our role. We need to find our role. We need to help our people find our role, our children. All of us have a role. And it's not for anybody else to determine what someone else's role is. It's just for that individual to be clear in their heart so that they can see it and have a relationship and own it and call it and feel comfortable by being open. One of the biggest things that we do here is we have these walls. We could survive anything. We can survive anything. There's nothing you could throw at us that we couldn't survive. But with that big wall, it blocks out love. It blocks out the ability for us to wrap our arms around someone that might be falling just on the other side of the wall that we don't see. So in this warring song, we're asking for it to stand everybody up here and that they be at their best and to know that you're being spiritually clean so that you can have the vision on how to help individuals and families to help their own. And you're going to start seeing things that you've never seen before or never considered because you weren't taught it in a school book. It's something that's going to come into you, and you're going to see it, and you're just going to know what to do. That's what we're asking this song to do. Because what we're doing right now is not working. It takes all of us in all different ways. So we're going to put that out there, and we're asking help from this beautiful world, the creator that gifted this song, and that's what we're going to use it for, is to war to make sure that our vision's not blocked by a way that we can help our people, our families, and ourselves.
Kimberly Nyland Miller, everybody. Let's give her a hand. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today on a beautiful Friday. Gold star for anybody who makes it to 2:30. I hope you do. My name is Shelley Willis. I work for Family Education and Support Services, and we are proud partners with the Mason County Health Department, Mason County Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition, Choice Regional Health Network, who, by the way, brought all the food today, made that happen, which is located across the hallway. Let's give Choice a hand. Of course, we are welcomed into this beautiful facility from the Skokomish tribe, and very grateful for the Wellness Center for sponsoring our time here today. And I'd like to introduce to you Tom Strong, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chair of the tribe. Tom?
Thank you. Good morning. Happy to see you all here today. Beautiful day here in Skokomish, just like every other day here. It's always sunny in Skokomish. Again, wanting to thank you all for being here and the important work that you're about to embark on today. It's very important for our community, and so happy to have you all here as you continue that progress in the hard work that you do. And I want you to know that you're here in our community center. And in our community center, there's an awful lot of power here that will help build you up and keep you up through the difficult work that you all have to do. Understand that in this place, you're surrounded by those who came before us, those who are here today, and those who are yet to come. And every single one of them is here to help and support you through this difficult work that you all have to do. We know the struggles that you all see because we see them here. We know the work that you do because we do a lot of the same work here. We have partners in this room that we've worked with in the past, and we have a lot of partners that I hope we get to work with in the future. So again, I just want to welcome you here to Skokomish, welcome you here to our community center, and let you know that we're very happy to see you all here. This is very, like I said, serious and important work, but we hope that a lot of good comes out of this, and we see the benefits, not just in our community, but around in all the communities here in our area, because we all know that high tide raises all boats. And that's what we need to see, because these struggles are real. These struggles are imperative for our communities that we heal and that we get to build up, build each other up, and build these communities again too. So want to thank you again, appreciate all the hard work that you all will do today. And again, know that our community is here to support you. Our community is here to lift you up and to make sure that you're safe for this heavy work that you all will be doing. Again, thank you. My name is Tom Strong, Chief Executive Officer for the tribe, Vice Chairman for the Skokomish Tribal Council, Skokomish Tribal member, lifelong resident here in Skokomish. Very happy to welcome you all here today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great facility. Again, we'll have lunch here later today, provided by Choice, and that will be in the same room where you found the coffee today. Restrooms are right over here. We also have some resources at the back of the room. CMAR is here, Choice Regional Health, a new nonprofit called Me Chantla is here, and FES. We have some other resources. We also have an award-winning author here. His book was recently released on Amazon. It's about recovery. Joseph Fuller, will you stand? You want to give a real brief overview?
Hello, everyone. My name's Joe Fuller. The book is called 8th Street, and it's about growing up in a Catholic family of 9 in Olympia, Washington in the 60s and 70s. And you're probably wondering why I would take that book. Well, the only reason I could write that book at all was because this month, 32 years ago, I got clean and sober. I went to a treatment center. So I brought the book. Just grab one when you leave. They're free. Shelley hooked up with me, and she invited me here, and I came. And so this is a great event. I always wanted to be in here. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for sharing your book today. Now it is my great honor to introduce to you one of our longtime partners, Mr. Abe Gardner. Abe? There you are. Now it's all yours.
Thanks, Shelley. Morning, everybody. My name is Abe Gardner. I am the Emergency Prevention Specialist up at the North Mason Regional Fire Authority, and you all are stuck with me as your MC today. So, excited about today's event. We have some incredible speakers in store, some great information, and of course, don't forget to network and build relationships as well, because it certainly helps to have colleagues and peers within the work that we're doing to make the work just a little bit lighter. One thing before we get into our first speaker, we do have some vaccines being provided across the hall. There's COVID, flu, and Mpox available, so please be aware of that. And they are here until 1 p.m., so just a quick heads up. So we'll transition into our first speaker here. So we have Dr. Jason Kilmer, who is an associate professor in psychiatry and behavioral sciences at the University of Washington, or UW, School of Medicine, and an adjunct associate professor in psychology at UW. Jason serves as an investigator on several studies evaluating prevention and intervention efforts for alcohol, cannabis, and other drug use by college students. In addition to research and teaching, he has worked extensively with college students and student groups around alcohol and other drug prevention programming and presentations throughout his career, including student athletes, fraternity and sorority members, residence life, and first-year students, both at UW and on over 125 campuses across the nation. Early in his career, Jason worked for 10 years as an addictive behavior specialist in the counseling center at the Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington. Go Gooey Ducks. Then worked for 10 years as the Live Well Assistant Director for Alcohol and Other Drug Education in Live Well, Center for Student Advocacy, Training and Education at UW, formerly Health and Wellness. Jason has been project faculty for several national learning collaboratives in the U.S., including NYU's National College Depression Partnership, Dartmouth's National College Health Improvement Program, and the NCAA's 360 Proof Project. He was one of the 6 members of the development team for the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism's College Alcohol Intervention Matrix, College AIM. Easy for me to say. Please help me welcome Dr. Jason Kilmer.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Can people hear me okay? Good. If that changes, please let me know. Thank you for the nice introduction. Thank you all for doing what you do. And I just have to say, you know, I'm so proud to be a part of the prevention community. Prevention's so tough because people don't call us and say, hey, good news, nothing bad happened last night, keep it up. And instead, when something does happen, what's the first thing people ask? Well, what are we doing about this? So we tend to be, we get attention, we tend to hear from people when something not so good has happened. And it's that absence of not so good that often suggests prevention works. But There's the old saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the cure. I think an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound at this point. And I hope none of you ever question for a second the value of what we do in prevention. It matters and matters so much. I was asked to talk about the research that we have on cannabis. This talk 5 years ago would have been a lot shorter, only because so much new research has come out. I used to say for quite some time, the research has to catch up on what people are using. I think we've caught up. So for some of you, this may be research you've seen. I tried to bring in as much new content as I could. A PDF of all of these, I'm going to make sure Shelley has that, so if that helps for your note-taking, know that all of that is coming. You meet people who you say, wow, this is a person that helps make the world a better place. To me, Shelley Willis is one of those people. And Shelley does so much in her work around prevention and is such a prevention hero. I hope you join me in thanking Shelley for everything she's done to make this happen. Shelley's amazing. And thank all of you for doing what you do and making the time for what you're doing today. I'm suddenly feeling very self-conscious of and embarrassed of my next slides and wish I'd have taken them out. Because, I don't know, I wanted to do something that was hopefully lighthearted. And I was talking with our center director, and I said, I get to do something in person, not on Zoom. Like, isn't that amazing? And in my center, I do what I can to try and keep people's spirits up and keep people laughing. And she reminded me that in December of 2021, at a lab meeting we had right before the holidays, that I talked about one day being able to be in person again. And she said, you should remind people of that. I told my partner I was going to do that, and she said, no. Don't do that. I said, why? She says, it's kind of embarrassing. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I didn't know this would be recorded today, so I just keep looking at the cameras. But I did this for all of my coworkers. I'm dusting this off from December 2021 because it does feel relevant today. You know Zoom and Google Meet and Teams and WebEx, Skype and GoToMeeting and RingCentral and 6Connects. But do you recall the most famous meeting platform of all? Having a meeting in person, all inside one conference room, sitting right next to colleagues, no mute button to press on Zoom, clothes on the top and bottom, shoes you actually have to tie, teeth brushed and ooh, there's Altoids, no cats or dogs walking by. Then one foggy Friday morn, someone brings donuts, yes, be on time or else all you'll have are the half and quarter pieces in a crumbled up mess. One day we'll be in person, just like classrooms and pro sports. For now I look nice on screen, but off screen I'm in slippers and shorts, which is, thank you. Thank God you clapped, because seriously, if you were like, what is this? And can I get my money back? What is happening right now? That's a good outfit right there. With the Bigfoot and the Hawaiian shorts, I think it's a good look. So here's an immediate pivot. When we talk about cannabis use, you know your own community best, you know your own data best. And I'm going to tell you this. Sandra Wolfson in 2000 published an article that really changed our understanding of how we can work around data. Dr. Wolfson showed that the most pronounced misperceptions of cannabis use come from those that use most frequently and most heavily. If you're talking to a student, an adolescent, a person who uses every day, they're convinced, quote, everyone uses weed, that all of your data are wrong, that everyone lies on those surveys, and that it can't be true. Study after study after study replicates that when people use more frequently, they hold the grossest and mispronounced perceptions of norms. Yet, the data tell a very, very, very consistent story. These are national data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And when I look at this slide, to me, they break down data by 12 to 17-year-olds, 18 to 25-year-olds, and people 26 and older. And to me, there are three really important conclusions to draw from this slide. First is that I'd like to thank SAMHSA for putting me in an age group with 26-year-olds. Thanks, SAMHSA. Second, most people don't use. No matter what age group you're looking at, the overwhelming majority of people do not use cannabis. Yet, there is an age group that does tend to use more heavily. Those of you that work with young adults, with college students, 18 to 25-year-olds are the people that report the most frequent use. But you can see, even in that sample, most people aren't using. I didn't want to do too many examples just of college students. College students, when we look at past 30-day use, it's about a quarter. About a quarter that say at least once in the past 30 days, I've used, meaning most people don't. If you look at data from our own state's Healthy Youth Survey, this is any past 30-day use. You see 1% of 6th graders, 3% of 8th graders, 7% of 10th graders, and 16% of high school seniors. My friend and colleague, Dr. Jeff Linkenbach, always says it's important to balance hope and concern. It's concerning that 16% of 12th graders report cannabis use, but it's hopeful that 84% don't. So part of our goal in prevention is how do we keep abstainers abstaining? For people that aren't using, what do we do to prolong that? For those that have made the choice to use, what can we do that might result in them making a change in what they do? I did want to show, just because I think it's worth highlighting, I made a comment that 1 in 4 college students use. People say in that 18 to 25-year-old age group, aren't there people that use a lot? I mean, 44% of college students report past year use, a quarter report past month use. We do worry about that 7.9% who use daily or almost daily, 20 or more days in the past month. Young adults not in college have very comparable rates, as you see. And while these rates are something we look at, the other thing we absolutely pay attention to is how cannabis has changed. If you orient the brain such that the front of the brain is on the left part of the screen, the back of the brain is on the right, you see lots of very important functions organized by different parts of the brain. The occipital lobe at the back of the brain, that's where vision is, coordination. I was moving my cursor, but I realized you can't see it. Memory is in yellow, reward is in purple, judgment or decision-making in blue, movement and sensations. The most well-studied cannabinoid in cannabis is THC. CBD is in distant second place. Other cannabinoids are virtually unstudied with people. Where does THC bind in the brain? All over the place. I can't graphically show you a high any better than if you draw your attention to the reward pathway in purple and see that THC binds to the reward pathway. This is a substance that has widespread impact on the brain. Going back to when I was a student, I was in high school from 1983 to 1987. So first, I have amazing taste in music. And it was in Port Angeles. I grew up on the Olympic Peninsula, so seeing signs to PA, I was like, oh, PA. But even back in the 80s, people said, can marijuana take your motivation away? Can it cause amotivational syndrome? Want to make something sound scary? Call it a syndrome. And then go, duh, duh, duh. The problem with motivation is it's hard to measure. If I say, hey, how you all doing out there? And you say, we're doing great. Does that mean you're motivated? Or does that mean you're friendly, nice people? If I say, hey, how you doing? And you're like, does that mean you're tired? Does that mean you're unmotivated? Motivation's hard to measure. So what do? We look at the brain. What regulates motivation? Don't worry about the fancy words, but it's the anterior cingulate cortex, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Where's that in the brain? Right here. So when people say, is it possible that the more someone uses weed, the less motivated they will be? Absolutely. Because the very thing that regulates motivation, we see happen and be affected. Now, what does the scientific community, what do researchers consider the strong stuff? High potency cannabis, anything over 10% THC. Please keep that number in mind as we talk about these next slides. Now, Ellsworth and colleagues at the University of Mississippi published an article in 2016 that got a lot of attention, not only in Washington, but elsewhere, when they looked at seizures by the DEA in the illicit market. For decades, every time drugs were seized by the DEA, a sample went to the University of Mississippi, and they tested it for, it's getting sleepy in here, they tested it for THC levels, This is making me feel more like I'm on Zoom. I can't see anybody, so that's a good thing. Gonna put my slippers on again. Test it for THC levels, CBD levels, the ratio of THC to CBD, and even to see, has it been laced with something? And it let them estimate cannabis potency over 20 years. If you package this article with Dr. Nora Volkov's 2014 article, we can estimate cannabis potency going back to the 1970s, reliably. When you hear people who are older today reflecting on their time in the 1970s, and they say that they, in quotes, smoked grass, it's because it was practically grass. 1% THC, 1.5% THC. In the 80s, 2 to 3% THC. May all of your bank accounts grow like this. By 1995, we were at 4% THC in the US. By 2001, 6%. By 2006, 8%. Since 2010, in the US, in the illicit market, we've seen double digits. But then the chart runs out. They published an update in 2021 and showed that without question, in the illicit market, we've been double digits in potency since 2010. But researchers started to say, but what about states that have legalized? What about states that have dedicated grow operations and production? What does that potency look like? Smart and colleagues published a study that looked at the first 2-ish years of sales here in Washington state. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one of a few I will show you that meet that criteria. This excludes vape cartridges, this excludes concentrates, hash oils, dabs. This is smokable flower or bud only. Along the y-axis, going up and down, is the percentage of total tax-inclusive sales. On the x-axis, going left to right, it's month and year. What's that little baby blue sliver? Cannabis with THC under 10%. That has been virtually eliminated from the retail market. Every other thing you see on that chart is high-potency cannabis. Brick red, 10 to 15. Green, 15 to 20. Everything in purple is over 20%. Any doubt was eliminated when Cash and colleagues said, let's not just look at Washington, let's look everywhere that has done medical or, in quotes, recreational, non-medical. When voters voted on Initiative 502, it was called the Recreational Marijuana Initiative. We don't really talk about recreational alcohol use. And when we think about recreation, we think of rec centers, hiking, fishing, stuff like that. So there's been more of an intentional push to discuss medical and non-medical. Colorado, 95.91% of the Colorado market is high-potency cannabis. California, which legalized for non-medical purposes, yet kept dispensaries open for medical as well, is only 0.01% off of Colorado, 95.91 to 95.90. The very visible difference is the larger slice of the pie in California is 10 to 15%, but still high potency. Across New England, very consistent story. Everything in yellow and green is high potency cannabis. Where did Washington come in? At the highest prevalence that's high potency. 97.07% of the Washington retail market is high potency cannabis. You will hear people say, it's just weed. And honestly, it stopped being just weed years ago. You'll hear people say, but it's natural. Smokable bud or flower in Washington state averages 20 to 30% THC. None of that occurs in nature. That takes work. That takes intentional breeding of created high-potency strains. Concentrates, butter, shatter, hash oil, what people use for dabbing, 60 to 90% in Washington state. None of that occurs in nature. My friend and colleague, Dr. Bia Carlini, makes clear that stopped being the plant a long time ago, and it's this sticky, gooey substance. So when people say it's natural, it's just weed, they're operating off of a potentially very outdated script. I've heard people say, who are parents or reflecting on their time when they were younger, and they say, well, I used weed when I was younger and I turned out fine. They used different stuff. So why does potency matter? As evidenced by this slide that says why potency matters. Good slide, Jason. I don't want to be dramatic and say this is the article we were all kind of waiting for, but this is the article we were all kind of waiting for. I was at a conference in 2019. Remember 2019? It was so much easier. But in 2019, I was at a conference where this article came out, and it was straight out of a movie. Everybody was on their phones, and you could clearly hear that people were distracted. And the speaker was like, did something happen? And they're all like, look at this article, because that's not nerdy at all, right? That's super nerdy to be reading an article on your phone. But this article looked at 11 cities in Europe and Brazil. And they did the study we've been waiting for. The hard part about researching mental health and substance use retrospectively is this. If you ask a 40-year-old who's dealing with depression, walk me through every substance you've ever used in your life, we can't make a lot of conclusions. We don't know if they started using substances and got depressed, or they got depressed and started to, in quotes, self-medicate and use substances. What this study did is, as people were admitted to a hospital setting for the very first emergence of psychosis, psychotic symptoms that were not acute, it wound up with the person was diagnosed with a psychotic disorder. They found out, what did you use that day, that week, that month, and that year? And then they started computing odds ratios. They said, we want to know what difference frequent high-potency cannabis use plays. People who use cannabis on a daily basis, that's over 10%, their odds of developing a psychotic disorder compared to people who do not use it all, 5 to 6 times greater. Think of the last 3 years and the narrative about how people have struggled, and that we hear people say, well, we need to be a champion for mental health. I agree. This would also mean be a champion for substance use prevention. Because what we do about substance use will pay dividends around mental health. 5 to 6 times greater odds of developing a psychotic disorder. Out of the United Kingdom, at the start of the pandemic, Hines and colleagues followed people from adolescence to the age of 24, found that the more often people used high-potency cannabis, the more likely they were to be addicted, get a diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, and the more anxiety they experienced, the onset of generalized anxiety disorder. You hear people say, well, I used to help me chill, to help me unwind. The irony is it can not only worsen, it can cause anxiety. Canada, which legalized nationwide for non-medical purposes, hasn't pulled any punches. And they said, if we look at concentrates and extracts, across the board, more problematic cannabis use, more cannabis use disorder, more mental health disorders. And finally, I'm a state employee. I work at UW, and we're reminded every election season we can't come out for or against a candidate or an initiative. That's a state ethics violation. So we're all very quiet, and we speak when spoken to. In 2020, the state said, something's changed in Washington. We're feeling it, and we're trusting there's got to be science there. They said, we want science to weigh in, but we don't want any one researcher to do that. It's way too easy for that person to be accused of bias. We don't even want one university to do it, because what if they all play nicely with each other? So they jokingly said, University of Washington, Washington State University, you're rivals, you don't agree on anything. What if we put UW and Wazoo together, and only if researchers on both sides can agree on a consensus statement will this ever see the light of day? I was honored to be one of the researchers they invited, and we all agreed on what went in here. We generated a consensus statement. You can go to this website that will be in your handouts. You can read the entire 20-page report. There's a 2-page Cliff Notes version, if you prefer. Cliff was my favorite author when I was younger, so shout out to Cliff. And there's even PowerPoint slides you can download. But among the things we concluded because this stuff is no joke, especially before the age of 25. Adolescents, teens, young people, college students, young adults are particularly vulnerable to a number of the unwanted outcomes I've already described and I'm going to continue describing today. Plus, the risk of developing cannabis use disorder or addiction, particularly among adolescents, goes up with these high-potency products. So there's a lot we can do. There's a lot more that we need to do to make sure people are aware of these issues. And I think one of the things, as I look back on the last 3 years, is to make sure people understand why this matters with kids. The narrative of the last 3 years, especially a very largely virtual academic year, was, wow, the kids had a tough time during that virtual year. We have to be a champion for education, for academic outcomes, for retention, for getting kids to graduation. I think we can all get behind that. I will say that what we do about substance use will help. What we do about substance use will pay dividends. If someone said to me, you have to present to a group of students and you can only show one slide, I would show this slide. The part of the brain that, among other things, affects attention, concentration, and memory is called the hippocampus. Truly long story short, after cannabis use, the neurons in the hippocampus get suppressed. They fire, but they fire at a rate that is lower and slower than they could or should be firing. Harrison Pope is a Harvard scientist who said, I want to test this with college students. I don't want to get people super high and make them take a test. That's not very good research. I want people to use weed, and I want to test them a day later, 24 hours later. Dr. Pope showed, 24 hours after cannabis use, measurable decreases in all of this. Decreases in memory, attention, and concentration. And the more heavily people used, the more pronounced these decreases were. Dr. Pope showed something researchers had never shown before. I mean, if you have one drink today, I have no proof of that tomorrow. If someone uses weed today, we can measure the impact cognitively a full day later. And there seemed to be this additive or cumulative effect. Researchers said, that's a game changer. Critics said, is it? It's not causal. What if people who struggle with attention just are attracted to cannabis use? You don't know what comes first. So Dr. Pope said, that's fair, and we can test that. Ethically, we can't take people who don't use and make them start, because that's unethical. But what if we take people who use every day and we have them quit? If we follow people over time as they abstain and their cognitive abilities stay the same, yeah, maybe they were there to start with. But if as they abstain, their cognitive abilities improve, that, my friends, is causal. It takes 28 days, but 4 weeks after stopping daily cannabis use, all of this goes away. There are no differences in attention, concentration, and memory compared to a control group of people who never touched weed in their life. Susan Tapert down in San Diego said, all right, well, forget daily use. What if we look at every other day? And if we can pull it off, what if we look at 15 to 19-year-olds? They pulled it off. 15 to 19-year-olds, once they start abstaining, it takes time, but verbal learning matches that of people who don't use within 2 weeks. Verbal working memory comes back to normal in 3 weeks. Attention takes the full 4 weeks. Think of what this means. If you're working with a student that says, I have ADHD, I've been diagnosed with it, I'm prescribed a medication for it. We can look them in the eye and say, cannabis is a terrible fit. We know of no substance more associated with causing attention decreases, let alone worsening existing ones. Sometimes you'll hear them say, I think you're wrong, because if I don't use, I can't sit still. That's withdrawal. And that's being addicted. And I'm going to talk about that. If someone says, hey, I wonder if I have ADHD, can I get Adderall or something? And they're using marijuana, how can we pretend to diagnose if they do or don't have an attention issue if they're using a substance that causes attention decreases? And finally, if someone says, I really want to do well in school, I'm just not doing so hot. I can't focus, my memory's not great, I think I have attention issues, and they're using cannabis, stopping their marijuana use will lead to improvements in all of that. And can I tell you, the science supports this exact claim. This link will be in your handouts. This is an amazing article by DuPont and colleagues, and I swear to you, when people say, should we be investing more in prevention? I feel like reading this, someone puts it down and says, how can we afford not to invest in prevention? Because if we genuinely want to see good academic outcomes, what we do about substance use matters. These authors concluded that of all the problems that contribute to dropping out in K through 12, substance use is one of the easiest to identify and one of the most easily stopped by interventions including treatment. Counseling works, treatment works. We have successes in the intervention world. When adolescents stop using substances, they do better in school. They found that students that use substances were at increased risk for academic failure, including dropping out, and that while both cannabis and alcohol matter, cannabis has a stronger negative relationship. What does that mean? As cannabis use goes up, academic outcomes goes down. Stronger negative relationship to grade point average and other outcomes and risk for dropout than alcohol does. They made clear the more severe the substance use, the more likely the impact on academic performance and risk for dropout. I feel like if principals, administrators, superintendents, and parents understand these links, there would be zero question about the value of prevention. And guess what? It doesn't go away once they get to college. The more frequently college students use cannabis, when followed over time, the lower their grade point average is, the more classes they skip, the less likely are to still be enrolled, and the less likely are to graduate on time. In Washington State, we're having very important conversations about how do we keep college affordable or make college more affordable. Without being flippant, one of the ways to do that is to get out on time. And what the science shows is the more often people are using cannabis, the longer it takes them to graduate, if they even make it there. What we do about cannabis use will have its impact in the classroom. My friend and colleague Amelia Aria, who's on this slide, said, we need to put a better spotlight on this for students too. We might actually boost help seeking when they realize, wow, some of my memory problems could be coming from my substance use. But I think there's a backdoor way to address this too, and it's about cannabis's impact on sleep. I tried to build in time for discussion at the end as best as possible, but I should pause just to see if on what I've discussed so far, see what questions there are, see what I can clarify for people or anything before I continue. It's so exciting to not have to read a chat, so if there's a real question, it's amazing. All right, oh please, in the back. Right. I just wanted to say that because it has changed. Yes, no, it really has changed. I still remember asking, what you heard in my intro, I worked in a counseling center for 10 years, and I asked students about substance use. And they'd say, oh, I don't use substances. And then they'd talk about their daily use of weed. And I'm like, hold up. You said you don't use substances. They're like, that's not a drug, it's an herb. And it's like, wow, there really is, you're right. Thank you for the work you do, and I appreciate you sharing that. So these are data from the National College Health Assessment out of the American College Health Association. Big sample, 23,600 undergraduates, 51 schools, fall 2021. Hey college students, how you doing in school? If they're doing good, they move on. How you doing in school? Not so great. I got a lower grade on a test than I wanted. I got a lower grade in a class than I wanted. I lost credit. I had to drop a class. They say, well, here's 51 possible factors. Pick all that apply. Procrastination's in first place. Stress is in second place. Anxiety in third place. Depression in fourth place. Sleep difficulties in fifth place. Cannabis use was tied for 36th place with urinary tract infection and with concussion and traumatic brain injury. I mean, certainly I hear your reaction, and I share that reaction, because let's pause for a minute and be thankful that we don't have rates of concussion and traumatic brain injury on college campuses like we have rates of cannabis use. I've heard people misrepresent this data and say, well, the good thing is just shy of 2% of students have their schoolwork affected by their marijuana use. No, just shy of 2% of students are actively saying, yeah, I've used too much weed, and that's what's doing it. What are they saying? I want to do well in school, but I'm so anxious, I'm so stressed, I'm so tired. I think there's a way to address that. Angarita and colleagues changed our understanding of this completely in 2016. They made clear, if you want to have a perfect night's sleep, it should look like what you see on your screen. REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, is where we do our dreaming. Non-REM are the other stages of sleep, and probably most well known is stage 4 or deep sleep. Sleep experts have made clear REM is totally overrated. It's not like when you go to bed, you should be like, come on, REM. Because that's weird, right? Just to be clear. Person next to you is like, what did you say? I didn't say anything. I love you, REM. But if you wanted to give yourself the perfect night's sleep, you want time in REM to get longer, 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 time in deep to get less and less and less. If people say, I use weed at night because it helps me fall asleep, that's true. The onset of sleep will be more immediate. Cannabis has sedative, sedating, and hypnotic, sleep-inducing properties. But ask your client, ask your student, ask the person you're talking to. On nights where you use cannabis, what do you notice about your sleep? Tell me about your dreaming. They'll say, well, how did you know? I don't dream at all. And what will they say about their sleep? I sleep hard. I sleep and I mean it. Here's why. After cannabis use, stage 4 or deep sleep gets extended and there's no REM. Why don't they feel like they dream? Because they're not getting into REM sleep. Why do they feel like they sleep hard? Because that time in deep sleep is extended. What's the impact of a night of REM-deprived sleep? Increases the next day in sleepiness, anxiety, irritability, depending on what's going on with a family member, a partner, a friend, increase in physical jumpiness. All packaged nicely with a quality of sleep that wasn't so hot. That's one night. Use multiple nights in a row, this is additive or cumulative, and so are all of those symptoms. If you take a night off, the body plays catch up. All of us have had the next night's sleep, whether you've ever touched a substance in your life or not. Why do I know that? Because lots of things cause REM deprivation, including not sleeping. Sleep deprivation. Think of the last time you pulled an all-nighter, or you only got an hour or two of sleep. The next day, if you can pull it off, you sleep for 9, 10, 11 hours. How do you feel when you wake up? Tired. It's like, how do you feel tired? You got 11 hours of sleep. Because quality, different than quantity. I can't graphically show you insomnia any better than right there. A person slams, look at those special effects. A person slams so fast into deep, immediately into REM, that rapid cycling leads to difficulty both falling and staying asleep. Some people say they can't turn off the running commentary in their mind. Some people say they're more tuned into that noise across the street, or the ticking on the clock on the wall, or really, person next to me, breathe louder if you could. Plus, once they get to sleep, too much time in REM, not enough time in the other stages of sleep, increase in fatigue the next day. What do college students who really want to do well in school say are 3 of their 5 biggest barriers to doing well? Stress, anxiety, and sleep problems. All 3 of those could be made worse by nighttime substance use. They could be flat out caused by nighttime substance use. You don't need to be working with a college student to see the relevance. If you work in counseling, first, thank you for doing what you do. And second, someone that says, I'm seeking counseling to help with my anxiety. The irony if they're using weed at night is it can cause anxiety the next day. If at this stage in the presentation you're thinking to yourself, wow, that Jason Kilmer has some strong stylist skills, you would be right. The first time my stylus shot out of my computer, I was like, what is this thing? And my friend said it's a stylus. I said, I don't know what that is. And she said, you can use it to draw stuff. So now I just can't be stopped. So in preparation for today, when I was watching The Mandalorian yesterday, I drew this Grogu for everybody. Then I drew Din Djarin, and then I put them together in a majestic picture, because I think that's... Our center director's like, are you busy this afternoon? I'm like, oh, I've been so busy. I was drawing that. I think it's also important for people to understand that this is an addictive substance. Do you know the last student I saw before the world shut down was a student who came to my office and said, I think I'm really, really addicted to weed. I said, how can I help you today? And he said, just by telling me if that's true. My roommates are laughing at me and saying, you can't get addicted to weed. Toughen up. Can you even imagine saying that to someone struggling with opiates or alcohol? When people say you can't get addicted, it does a disservice to people struggling, seeking treatment, seeking counseling, and it's missing something very important. I think it's important to point out this isn't new either. It's not like, well, it's officially addictive. In the old days, 2012, we had the DSM-4, and we talked about substance dependence and substance abuse. And there were criteria for cannabis dependence or cannabis abuse. When the DSM-5 came out, we changed the language to cannabis use disorder or substance use disorder. And based on the number of symptoms people endorse, they get a rating of mild, moderate, or severe. My friend and colleague, Dr. Christine Lee, asked incoming first-year students. The article said, to a large Northwest university. It was us. Tell us why you use marijuana. And these students said lots of things. They said, I like getting high. I like the feeling, it's fun. Helps me do something with my friends, helps when I'm bored, makes things more fun, music sounds better, it's cool, it helps me celebrate. But they also said, it helps me relax, it helps me sleep, lets me cope when I'm depressed, helps relieve stress, helps when my appetite stinks, reduces anxiety, alleviates physical pain, helps when I have a headache. Is cannabis addictive? Yes, it is. Are there clear criteria for cannabis withdrawal? Also, yes. What are those criteria? Keeping this list in mind, it's literally almost this exact list. Anxiety, sleep problems, appetite problems, depressed mood, and headaches. If you have someone say to you, no, you're wrong, I know it helps my anxiety, ask them, how do you know? If they say, well, I use weed every day, and last week I ran out for 3 days and it was brutal. My anxiety was terrible. Couldn't sleep. I felt terrible. Got my hands on weed again. All of it went away. That's not cannabis helping anxiety. That's resuming substance use, making withdrawal symptoms stop. And that's an instance of managing addiction, not of managing underlying anxiety. The hardest part of working with people is when there's loss of a human life. And especially when we talk about death by suicide. It's just so striking. Dr. Wayne Hall at the University of Queensland, I think, is planet Earth's single biggest cannabis expert. And I had the chance to moderate a webinar with him. And I said to him, after legalization, if we could do one thing on college campuses, what should we do? And he said, screen for addiction to cannabis. When I asked him, why do you say that? He said, we do not know what comes first. We do not know what drives what. But we see a terrifying three-way relationship between depression, suicide, and cannabis use disorder that is so strong that if someone flags as cannabis dependent, our anxiety about suicide risk goes up. I looked in the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. This figure does not occur in there. It's in a table full of data. I hand-entered it, checked it to make sure there are no typos. I think this is both scary and striking. In the bluish-purple bars, it's people 18 and older in the United States with a past-year cannabis use disorder. In yellow, people 18 and older, no past-year substance use disorder. Serious thoughts of suicide are 6 times greater among people with cannabis use disorder. Making a suicide plan, 7 times greater. Attempting suicide, 7 times greater. Lori Davidson, in her work with the Suicide Prevention Resource Center, when talking about alcohol, said if you want to be a community that does good suicide prevention, do good alcohol prevention, because alcohol prevention is suicide prevention. I look at this, and I don't think we're that far off in making a similar statement about cannabis use and the value of prevention. Emerging research continues to put a spotlight on how addictive this is. My favorite article of 2022, Dr. Jody Gilman from Harvard School of Medicine. I have completely just fallen in love with this article. I reached out to Dr. Gilman to ask if she would keynote our virtual conference for our College Coalition in May, and she fortunately said yes. So she's going to kick us off. She did the study that every state in this country has been waiting for, but hasn't been able to do. In Washington, you don't have to have a medical marijuana card to go into a store if you're over 21 and buy marijuana. But if you have a medical card, there are fee breaks, tax exemptions, it's cheaper. Same thing in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, they looked at people who asked for a medical marijuana card, either got it immediately, or they said, you'll get it, you gotta wait 12 weeks. That's a control group. It lets you follow people over time to see what happens. The group that got the card immediately compared to the control group increased their frequency of use compared to the group that was in the wait list. What else increased? They got addicted. This is participants with cannabis use disorder. More and more people that got it immediately got addicted. But their single most striking finding was this. All those things hovering around zero meant nothing changed when followed over time. And for fear of people thinking I'm putting words in their mouth, I'm quoting verbatim from the article. There were no observed benefits of obtaining a medical marijuana card for pain, anxiety, or depressive symptoms. What got worse? People got addicted. What got better? People said, I'm falling asleep faster. We talked about that. Onset of sleep is different than quality of sleep. When people are struggling, when people are suffering, we want to help them. You do what you do because you want to help people, and bless you all for that. If someone's dealing with depression or anxiety or pain, we want to get them connected with services that work rather than with something making the claim of effectiveness where the data just aren't there. Dr. Gilman's team concluded those with anxiety, depression, mood, or affective disorders had almost 4 times higher odds of meeting criteria for cannabis use disorder. And they said at this point, a medical marijuana card may pose a high risk or even be contraindicated for people with affective disorders. Why is this so important to replicate? Depression is the 3rd most common reason people seek a card. So my hope was to take a look at opportunities in prevention and what can be done to support prevention. One of those, and especially when I look at all the work that Shelley's organization does, is around parents, caregivers, people taking care of kids. I do think that we can make sure people in the community and parents help kids make sense of what they see. My single favorite article I've ever been an author on, literally nobody I don't think has read. I think I looked recently and no one's even ever cited it, so it's very low. No one's reading it. But it was my favorite article because I had the chance to co-author it with my little brother Ryan. I have 2 little brothers. I'm very, very proud of both. My brother Ryan's a child clinical psychologist at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, and we also worked with Paul Grossberg, who's in the Department of Pediatrics at Wisconsin. And we were invited to write a piece on the role of media on adolescent substance use. What we found was this. The more that kids see alcohol portrayed on TV, bless you, advertisements for alcohol, alcohol portrayal in movies, the more likely they are to drink and even increase their existing drinking. In fact, in a review of 13 studies, 12 of the 13 showed without question the more exposure to content in the media about drinking, the more abstainers were likely to start, and the more you saw increased consumption around those already drinking. What do we have in our state? Billboards, advertisements, storefronts, social media, things on TV, things in movies. If you land at SeaTac Airport, hang a left on International Boulevard, and head north to the city of Seattle for the 2-hour drive, You guys get me. It's only 15 miles. Why does it take 2 hours? But the first billboard, welcome you to the state of Washington, is this. We can chill. Weed, cannabis, chill, it's legal. It doesn't say only for people over 21. It doesn't say, but heads up, don't use in public. I don't begrudge anybody for being able to advertise, which is why I blacked out the names of the advertisers. But this sends a message about perceived acceptability. This sends a message about attitudes and injunctive norms. This is not a cannabis retail store. This is a dog grooming store about 1.5 miles from where I live in Olympia. Now selling CBD for you and your pet. People who get really fired up about animal testing should get pretty fired up about this. Because we don't have a lot of good research about what CBD does with people, let alone what it does with animals. You heard me say I have 2 little brothers. In Port Angeles, Washington, what did we try and get every morning in the paper? The sports page and the comics. This was in the Olympian, bottom half of the sports page, around Valentine's Day. When the U.S. Open was hosted at University Place here in Washington, at SeaTac Airport, they had guides to the 18 holes. The 19th hole was a cannabis ad. If you stay in any hotel in the city of Seattle, there is a magazine in every hotel room. And as you work your way to the centerfold, you go through different ads for cannabis retailers, and the centerfold is a map of all the places you can go buy weed. I remember being in hotels and looking through those so we could try and say, let's go to the zoo, let's go to the aquarium. It's not that only adults get to see this magazine. If you're a kid in a hotel room, you get to see this. I don't do very political things, largely because, again, as a state employee, I live in constant fear of anything that would be portrayed as an ethics violation. The one thing I did do was I canceled a subscription to a newspaper because that felt like a big deal to me. But the Olympian, a couple 420s ago, had a 420 edition of the Olympian with a foldout of the 420 edition. In that foldout was a very, very simple word find, a coloring contest to win Mariners tickets, the easiest maze you will ever do, and right above the infused guacamole recipe, spot the differences. You all know this. Per legislature, advertisements can't appeal to kids. This technically wasn't an advertisement. It was an insert about 420. Does that appeal to kids? I see you saying yes. I was going to say it's a research question. My hypothesis is your hot nodding yes would be correct. So I think that making sure people understand the type of thing kids are seeing is important. Number 2, do consider event-specific prevention and or enforcement, particularly if it's an event where they will be driving. The authors of Initiative 502 set DUI in Washington as 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood for those over 21 and any positive amount for those under 21. Why did they pick 5? It's not the same as being drunk. It's not the same as being at 0.08, but you do see similarities in reaction time as you do at 0.08 for alcohol and an inability to shift focus when there are multiple competing stimuli. How long does it take to drop below 5 nanograms? The best research we have says people need to wait at least 6 to 8 hours after inhaling, 8 to 12 hours after oral ingestion. Stores opened in Washington in 2014. 1 year later, front page of the Seattle Times was that fatalities in Washington with THC present had almost doubled in 1 year. In 2017, we made national news. This is from the Washington Post. When we became a state in which drugged driving deaths outnumbered drunk driving deaths. Here's another picture worth 1,000 words. This is not police activity. This is not DUIs. This is not a new way of testing. This is the horrifically grim graphing of fatalities in Washington state where the driver was THC positive. Stable, stable, stable. What's the black line? Legalization. What happened since? Up, 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 up. And Bravo and colleagues officially were the first people to publish that 420 is very much a thing. For big fans of cannabis, April 20th is a day to potentially flaunt use and use multiple times per day. More people report use on April 20th than any other day, more unique sessions of use, a larger amount being used. And what's so hard to see is that the United States National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's fatality analysis reporting system, over 20 years, comparing 4:20 p.m. to midnight on 4:20 and 2 different control days, the risk of a fatal crash goes up. I grew up in a small town. If there's a fatality, it affects a community. It's horrifying and devastating. What's the not so good news? Trajectory-altering occurrences can happen on April 20th. What's the better news? We literally know when it is. Like, heads up, we got 6 days to decide, are we doing something about this? This article came out in 2018 on 4/18. It was too late for the state to do anything. The next year, King County said, in response to this, we're going to do increased DUI patrols. Top story in Seattle Times, over 3 dozen DUIs after 4:20 p.m. on 4/20 that otherwise probably wouldn't have happened and that otherwise might have slipped through the cracks. Number 3, correct misperceived norms. Most people aren't using. Most people aren't driving under the influence. The more people use, the more they think others are using. You can do that in personalized normative feedback, personalized feedback interventions, even social norms campaigns. You're going to be hearing from Alyssa Pavitt, who I know does lots of work with positive community norms and work like this. We have tools in our toolbox. Those of you who work with kids, thank you. And those of you that work with people turning 21, do consider what's being offered in prevention for those people. I was very honored to be lead author on an article that came out last year using data from our Young Adult Health Survey. I'm principal investigator of Washington's Young Adult Health Survey. We collected data in 2014 before stores opened, as much as we could, and then every year since then. We had a sample of just shy of 13,000 18 to 25-year-olds in Washington. We controlled for everything we could where we knew differences might exist in marijuana use. Sex assigned at birth, race, ethnicity, geographic region of the state, age, 4-year college status, full-time employment status. We even weighted the data using census data and showed significant increases in almost every marker of use. After implementation of I-502, this age group that already uses the most is increasing their use. Top line, any past year use has gone up significantly. At least monthly has gone up significantly. At least weekly has gone up significantly. At least daily. When we do a deeper dive, it's the people gaining access to a legal market driving some of this. The 21 to 25-year-olds drive that past year increase. The 21 to 25-year-olds drive that at least monthly. I've heard people say, but what's the big deal? Are more people trying it just because it's legal? Our data are showing more people are initiating use, yet they're also using with increasing frequency and getting addicted. We would never diagnose people from a survey, but we've seen at least 2 past year cannabis use disorder symptoms increase over time after legalization. Be aware, even for adults, what's being recommended for lower risk use. This is planet Earth's single biggest list of experts on cannabis. People from multiple countries, people that do research on harm reduction, so they're not necessarily abstinence only. And I will draw your attention to the title, Lower Risk Cannabis Guidelines. They didn't say low risk. Why? They said if you look at the research, there is no universally safe level of cannabis use. When people say, well, how can I use safely? You can't. We have no data that it can be done. If you want to avoid risk from harm, abstinence is the only way to do that. They said if people insist on using, use low potency products where possible. 3% of our retail market's low potency. It's out there, you have to work to find it. They said there's no categorically safe route of use. Every route involves risks. That said, smoking is the most dangerous. Keep use occasional, a day or 2 a week, weekend only. If someone's using every other day, that's really frequent use. If you notice the cognitive stuff, stop. If stopping is not realistic, substantially reduce frequency and potency. And there's the recommendation about driving. They said for people who intend to procreate, for women who are pregnant or breastfeeding, to abstain from cannabis use. The data on everything from risk to miscarriage to a number of indicators of development being affected are very, very clear. They also said there are some people that might want to avoid cannabis completely or significantly alter their use. Who's that? People with a first-degree family history of who are actively dealing with an active psychosis, mood disorder, or substance use disorder. Look at what we've done this morning. The risks are there. The science is there. I think getting it out there to impact motivation to change. And I'll end by saying, we don't have to do this alone. Our partners in prevention can very much be parents and caregivers. I'm going to show you a slide about alcohol. I'm going to show you a slide about college students. Annie Fairley asked incoming first-year students right before they started college. She asked again at the end of their first year of college. She asked again at the end of their second year of college. She wanted to predict binge drinking. 5 drinks in a row for males, 4 drinks in a row for females. How did she want to predict it? Social modeling, number of close friends that drink heavily, perceived friend approval of drinking and getting drunk, and parental permissiveness. Data never turn out this perfectly. On the y-axis, going up and down, number of binge drinking episodes. On the x-axis, left to right, time. What's the top line? High social modeling, high parental permissiveness. Next line down, high social modeling, low parental permissiveness. Parents altered the college experience of students that went to a high-risk friend group, a high-risk setting, like a fraternity or sorority, or even a college known for partying. Next line down, low social modeling, high parental permissiveness. Next line down, low social modeling, low parental permissiveness. In our state's Healthy Youth Survey, hey, sophomores in high school, 10th graders, do you think your parents think it's wrong for you to use marijuana or not wrong? What kids say, my parents think it's wrong, 13% have used in the past 30 days. When kids say, my parents wouldn't care, 59% have used. You saw the data at the beginning. There is no age group in our country that exceeds 50%, yet 59% of sophomores who think my parents are cool with this report past 30-day use. If you have data that show the community wants to see the kids stay drug-free, get that out there. Kids who think the community norm is that it's wrong for them to use, 16% use. When kids say my community wouldn't care, 37% use. In our young adult health survey, we ask 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who are using where they're getting cannabis. We've seen it go down in getting it from friends and go down from getting it from someone with a medical card because, as you know, medical dispensaries closed in Washington. You can see the drop-off in the data between 2015 and 2016. What's increased? Giving money to someone to get it for them. At the bottom, we saw our first non-zero numbers in stealing it from a store during the pandemic. But what has also gone up, almost tripled, getting it from parents with their permission. I don't know if parents are operating off of an old script. If they say, well, I used and I turned out fine, again, they use different stuff. I don't know if parents are aware of the mental health risks. I don't know if they're unaware of the academic impacts, but we can do better. I think the state of Washington should be proud of the numerous tools we have. StartTalkingNow.org, 37 languages. And they provide tips for talking with kids about substance use. At learnaboutcannabiswa.org/parents, a parent's guide to preventing underage marijuana use. If you are working with college-age folks, collegeparentsmatter.org has a cool website. When you click on topics, it says cannabis. When you click on it, it's a choose your own adventure. I'm not sure if my kid's using. I know they use, but I don't know how much or how often. My child uses regularly. And they give suggestions like, don't be afraid to start the conversation. You're allowed to disapprove of this. Give yourself permission to disapprove. Banish any fear, it's naive. Pick one message to focus on. Reject the myth that discouraging it is useless because everyone's doing it. Make communication a regular activity. And recognize the power of your influence. My partner is a 6th grade teacher and was grading homework assignments and showed me one. And I said, this is amazing. Can I take a picture of this? And she says, yeah, but obviously crop out the kid's name, which I did. This is either the funniest kid in the world, or these are super influential parents, probably of the 1980s, who may have broken their child. The assignment was, here's a blank map of the world. Please label every continent and every ocean. And one of the kids in her class labeled Africa as Africa by Toto, which is, of course, that's the song about blessing the rains down in Africa by the band who also sang Rosanna, which is a good song in its own right. I'll just end by saying, keep doing what we're doing. The communities that do stuff like this are the ones seeing an impact. You are not alone in prevention. You have tag team partners. And I think that putting science in people's hands, we can do through parent meetings. They can be virtual, town hall meetings. If you're working with high schools, peer health educators, I do think the opportunity to screen is there, screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. And if you say, I'm not really a researcher, know that you have people that would be delighted to partner with you. If the last 3 years taught us anything, is that we don't have to worry about I-5. We don't have to worry about traffic. We don't even have to worry about state lines, because with virtual consultation, we can partner all over the place. I saw a quote that feels pretty harsh that says, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. And I saw a softened version of it that said, without data, all we have are opinions. This is a very emotional topic for people, and what I've tried to do is make the empirical argument why prevention matters. I think data matter, and all data tell a story. How do we translate findings to the real world? Tell the story. Make the findings digestible and clear without being too simplistic, and provide citations and references. We can't just get away with studies show, studies say. Show the studies. They're telling a very consistent story. That boosts our legitimacy and credibility. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for doing what you do. I am so proud to be a part of the prevention community. I wanted to leave time for questions, and I hope I've done that. So a big thank you again to Shelley. My email address is right here. If there's articles, thank you. Thank you very much. If there's any article you can't find, email me and I'm happy to send it your way. So, I know there's not a formal break scheduled. We wanted to make sure that this was humanely paced. So, I have time for 5 minutes before, I assume it's okay to take a break before the next, that gives people time to pull up their slides. What questions did people have? What would people like clarified, or what comments do people have? Please. I'm sorry? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Oh, please, go ahead. There's two. There's been an evolution almost annually in the legislature about changing content that can be included in ads so that they don't appeal to kids. There is no limit on ads that can be done, at least at this point. Richard Scribner at Louisiana State University Health Sciences published a paper looking at 32 colleges that tried to do a social norms campaign, and overall it showed that it didn't work. When they did a deeper dive, they found that it did work in communities where there weren't tons of pro-substance messages. What's been recommended is, if we see lots of billboards, if we put up one prevention billboard, it's outnumbered. If there are 5 billboards advertising for substances, let's put up 6 about prevention. Because if it's outnumbered, it will not have the chance for success. Time for one last question. There was a hand over here.
I was just going to ask if you can talk a little bit about the troubling use of youth mental health trends and the connection.
That in and of itself could even be its own talk, and I presented yesterday virtually on youth mental health and the association with this. The main thing is it's not unique just to cannabis. I was asked to talk about cannabis. with alcohol. The overlap with alcohol and mental health is all very, very clear there too. The main thing I will say is, again, if we want to be champions for mental health, being champions for substance use prevention matters in a big way too. It's a great point. I will loiter if there are specific questions. Shelley Willis, the next stop's at 10:40. If they have a 10-minute break, is that cool? 10-minute break, and we will resume at 10:40. Thanks, everybody.
All right. We'll kind of get things moving here again. Just a couple, want to do a couple more thank yous, a couple more reminders. Just a heads up, again, vaccines are available until 1 o'clock. They're across the hall. A reminder that we have books available, which are free. Of course, please check out the vendors, get to know what they provide, and they have free swag as well. So don't forget to visit the tables behind you and as you walk in. A couple thank yous. Again, want to reiterate our thank you to Choice for the food. Rob and Katie, thank you for your help and support with that. Emily from Mason County Public Health, want a big shout out and thank you for your help with getting this organized. Yes. Some IT thank yous. Jacob from FES, a big thank you for your help. And as you'll see, Diedrich running around here today. He does some incredible work here in Mason County, from sports activities to community activities, town halls, you name it. You'll see Diedrich there lending his services. So big thank you to Diedrich and Mason Web TV. Really appreciate Diedrich. And I think a big thank you as well to Ben Johnson from Mason County Public Health. He does some, he's been working in Mason County for a long time. He's done some incredible work in the prevention world. He's always there and willing to lend a hand. And more often than not, he works his way into the back of the room and puts everyone else up front and puts them in good places to succeed. And we just really appreciate Ben. So Ben, thank you for everything you do. Alrighty, so next up we have two speakers and some quick introductions. Megan Moore is a community liaison at Kitsap Public Health District in Bremerton, Washington, and leads the youth substance use prevention programs on the Olympic Peninsula. She co-leads Prevention Voices Washington, a statewide policymaker engagement TA group. She is also on the board of the Washington State Public Health Association, where she sits as the policy chair. Megan loves hanging outdoors with her toddler and husband as much as possible and gets restless when she sits on Zooms for too many hours each day. I think we can all relate to that. And Alyssa Pavitt is a program specialist at Whatcom County Health and Community Services, where she serves as regional coordinator for the North Sound Region Youth Cannabis and Tobacco Prevention Program, serving Whatcom, Skagit, Island, San Juan, and Snohomish counties. Alyssa has worked in substance use prevention in Washington State for over 20 years and is currently a co-lead of Prevention Voices Washington, a statewide policymaker engagement TA group. Alyssa enjoys skiing, coaching, youth softball, and spending time outdoors with her family and their dog, Desi. Here's Megan and Alyssa with Using Your Voice for Prevention.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Megan Moore. As we said, we are neighbors. I am coming to you from Bremerton, Washington, so happy to be here. Again, today we're talking about using your voice for prevention. So you heard Jason talk all about data and all of this data. Like, what can we do with the data and the stories that you are also, you are probably on the ground dealing with the stories as your life. And so how do we get that data and the stories together to the people who are actually making decisions? And so that's what we want to talk about today. Alyssa and I are part of a group that leads Prevention Voices Washington, which is a statewide skill building group for anybody who's in prevention or really just interested in youth wellness, who wants to participate in policymaking, and you can come in at a 101 level, and the whole point of this group is to teach you skills to participate in policymaking. So that's what we are doing today. Our agenda is, what is policy? What is a policy? We'll talk about the differences in federal, state, in federal and state policymaking, as well as the different levels that you can participate at the state level, whether that's legislative or at the Liquor and Cannabis Board, and then also how to participate in local policies, and we'll practice crafting a message and next steps. So the first thing that I always get so excited and start jumping into it, but I really need to take a step back. You may not be able to read this from back there, but what is a policy? So a policy does not have to be something very formal. A policy is a set of ideas or plans that is used as a basis for making decisions. So maybe your family has a policy where kids have to be home by 10 p.m., right? Or maybe your school has policy where there's no vaping on campus, right? So policies can be informal or formal. And so think of that going forward. We just have a few minutes where you could maybe turn to a partner or a neighbor. Please introduce yourself, especially if you don't know them. And I'd love for you to just wake up your voice a little bit. What is a time where you have used your voice to get a policy changed? So it doesn't have to be something specific. Just what is a time where you said, this isn't right, I want this to be changed? And please, we're gonna put 3 minutes on our timer and make sure you get through everybody. So 2 to 3 people. Go. You have 1 minute. sounds like you had some great things to share. I'm not going to call for the audience, but I'd love to hear some of those things at some point. Like what kind of rule or policy you talked about with, maybe it was in your family as an employee, maybe you did policy work on behalf of prevention at the state level. I heard some things in there. So yeah, anyways, thank you for warming up. I know that talking about policy is kind of boring, so I want to make sure that you, I mean, I don't think it's boring. I'm kind of obsessed with it, but I don't want any like people falling asleep back there, so I'm watching you. All right, so making policies in Washington State. First, we have to back up to the federal level. So the federal level is Congress, right? It's what we hear about all the time, always in the news, the celebrities of the policy world. But honestly, these folks don't really touch your lives that much, to be honest. The policies that they're working on sometimes really do touch your lives, but most of the time they don't. In Washington State, we have 2 senators and 10 representatives in Congress. But in the US, the majority of the laws are actually run by the states. And Congress is in session all year round. So they take several breaks throughout the year, but they are in session all year round. And so policymaking is happening at like the slowest pace all year round. And the kind of things that they work on are things that cross state lines. So it really wouldn't make sense to try to regulate, like for example, if you wanted to try and regulate gas mileage of airplanes, but like California was different than Illinois and Texas and different than Washington, like that would not make sense at all. Because then through the air, you know, airlines would be out of compliance in certain states. So it makes way more sense for those kind of laws to happen at the federal level, so that anything that passes state lines doesn't go weird, right? So like water passes state lines, so the EPA regulates water, environmental concerns regarding water across state lines and disease across state lines. So a lot of that stuff is done at the federal level as well. So again, that's a thing, federal work, but it's not actually the work that touches you on a daily basis. So in the state, there are 3 main policy times, I guess, when your voice is the loudest. So the first is while voting, which you hear about a lot. And I'm not really going to talk about that very much because you know what it's about. But then the second is when the legislature is in session. In Washington State, our legislature is not in session all year. In fact, they're only in session for a few months. And it depends on the year. Some months are shorter than others, some months are longer than others. So it's usually between 3 and 4 months that our legislature is in session. And then those folks actually have jobs outside of the legislature. So they're like real working people in your community. And then the last is probably the most boring of the bunch, is about rulemaking. And Alyssa's gonna get a chance to talk about rulemaking, and again, no sleeping. But your voice is actually, you can make a big impact in this kind of work. We are just wrapping up the 2023 legislative session, and it is a long session, so it goes through the end of this month. And there has been a lot of wins from the prevention side. We are like mobilizing people to get their voices heard, like you all are participating in this work, and making quite a bit of wins. We got increased funding for tobacco and vaping prevention and cessation at the state level, going through DO8, or Department of Health. We educated on the positive public health impacts of, maybe you all have heard about the Delta 8 THC stuff. It's like this Frankenstein THC, like we got that regulated. We are working on equitable enforcement of tobacco use and possession by minors by making sure that stores, like they are fined appropriately when they are caught selling to youth. And all sorts of other things, like prevention just used our voice and these things were heard positively. We also educated on the negative public health impacts of certain things like cannabis home grows, being able to grow cannabis in your home at very high quantities. The alcohol delivery, being able to get cocktails to go to your door. This one did pass the legislature, but a ton of public health and prevention safeguards were put in place. This bill that essentially would make it so that at the local level, you would be in charge of regulating cannabis signage rather than it being regulated at the state level where it's actually pretty highly protected at that level. Not all local communities are interested in doing that kind of work. So anyways, it's beneficial that it's at the state level. So I just want to take you through one example of participating in policy work on so many different levels, but one policy example. This policy example is what we call the COVID allowances. And what happened was COVID happened, and then the Liquor and Cannabis Board decided, hey, we're not going to enforce like half of our rules because businesses are struggling. And we want to make sure that people can still, bars don't go out of business, that cannabis retailers don't go out of business. So we want to change our rules and not enforce them so that people can still purchase from those businesses. They were things like the alcohol delivery, like curbside pickup, like curbside pickup of cannabis, and things like that. In retrospect, the data is showing that high youth access during that time because they just really didn't, nobody was there enforcing it. There was a really high rate of minors getting cocktails from businesses just because it's a delivery. They delivered it to your door and then they left because they didn't want COVID and they didn't check IDs, right? So there's like a really high rate of that happening through the state. But Prevention sent a letter, when we heard about this, Prevention sent a letter to the LCB and we said, wait a second, make sure that you put these safeguards in place and that also this is temporary because we know that COVID's going to be temporary, so make sure this is temporary. The LCB had to create draft legislation, so they couldn't just do this on their own. The legislature had to say that this was going to happen. So they created a draft, and we got our input into the draft. Then we went to the governor's office and said, what the heck? Please protect, youth, prevention, all these things. Went to the governor's office and we said, this needs to be temporary. The governor put a sunset in the bill. The sunset means this is temporary. This is gonna end July 1st, 2023. That bill went through the 2021 legislative session as House Bill 1480, and the sunset was protected the entire time because Prevention was it needs to stay temporary. COVID's temporary, this needs to stay temporary. It was protected the whole time. Then, and Alyssa will talk about what happens next with rulemaking, but essentially this bill went to rulemaking right after that. It went back to the LCB, and the LCB got to define certain things, and Prevention said, hey, you're gonna do cocktails to go, and it's a very silly example, but I said, hey, what if we don't put ice in the cocktails so that people don't feel pressured to drink the cocktail while they're driving? Nobody wants melted ice in their cocktail, so they feel pressure to drink it and drive on their way home. So restaurants weren't allowed to put ice in their cocktails. It's a silly thing, but we got it in the law. So those kind of examples, they come from Prevention Public Health. Then there was a study on the impacts of this. Public health and prevention were considered a major partner, and we got our input into the study. Then, as expected, the industry said these things should be made permanent. And so the beginning of this session, 2023, they introduced another bill to make these things permanent. And that bill, first of all, the governor's office was totally against that bill, which could have killed it, and almost did kill the bill. But the governor's office was against it because we had been talking to them for years about how the impacts of this could be harmful to youth. The bill passed this legislative session, but there were so many things removed from the bill because we were just complaining so much and using data and saying our driving fatality rate is higher than ever and all of these other things. They took out so much from the bill, and now coming up, we're going back into rulemaking on that bill that just passed. So we participated in every single point here, and it's all about the repetition being the squeaky wheel and using the data that Dr. Kilmer just talked about, like using that data and your own personal stories to just keep on the policy the whole time. So I'm going to pass it over to Alyssa, who's going to talk about rulemaking and the difference between the legislative work and rulemaking.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, so now we're going to transition a little bit from talking about using your voice in that legislative process to looking at the Liquor Cannabis Board rulemaking, because that process really relates a lot to youth prevention in terms of youth access and youth appeal to products like alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana. And there was a question earlier about advertising in our communities. That's definitely connected to this process. So the example that we have up on the screen, we really just wanted to show the difference in the type of decisions that are made through the legislative process and through rulemaking. So this specific example is about marijuana packaging and advertising. So through the legislative process, it is determined that marijuana packaging and advertising can't be appealing to kids. Very important issue, right? But then the LCB rulemaking process is where it gets into more of the specifics about what does appealing to kids mean. Does that mean not having cartoons, teddy bears? Does that mean specific colors, things that are more trendy and appealing to teenagers? So all of the feedback, if this is an issue that's important to you and you want to share your voice about seeing advertising that's appealing to kids in your community, that could actually happen through the LCB rulemaking process. So we know that Liquor Cannabis Board regulates alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. So again, 3 really important topics for youth prevention. There's also a lot of different areas around those substances that they regulate. They have authority over advertising, so that could be advertising in store, out of stores, what type of messages are on advertising, what type of images there are, what type of comments that they can make, sizes of advertising, packaging and labeling. So that is when a tobacco, alcohol, or cannabis product is sold, what can it say on the package? What type of images can it have? What type of colors can it use? Is it child-safe packaging? Things like that. Labeling, what type of warning needs to be on the packaging. Those are all things that are regulated by the Liquor Cannabis Board. Signage, inside of stores, outside of stores, sizes of signs, again, what can be on them in terms of imaging or wording or requirements. We know they also regulate sales of these products. So Liquor Cannabis Board are the ones that go out and do the youth compliance checks when they're taking underage youth to see if establishments are selling any of these products to youth. Licensing, server permits, fines and fees, these are all things that are regulated by the Liquor Cannabis Board. So in a minute, I'm going to talk a little bit about the rulemaking process, but first we just wanted to share some initial first steps that you can take in order to kind of get connected and familiar with the Liquor Cannabis Board. How many people in this room know a Liquor Cannabis Board officer, have connected with them before for prevention? A couple folks. So if you don't know one, if you have a coalition coordinator that you work with or a local county health department staff working in prevention, they might already know these folks. If not, the Liquor Cannabis Board website is a great place to go. They have a section on their website where you can look up your local officers to be able to connect with them, because these are the people who are going out and having the relationship with the business owners and doing enforcement on these topics. There's also public health roundtables that happen with the Liquor Cannabis Board, where that's an opportunity just for public health and prevention folks to have conversations where they're receiving information from Liquor Cannabis Board and getting a chance to share your feedback on topics. Again, on their website also, there's a spot where you can check out different listservs and email updates, because we all have so much going on. It's so hard to reach out and get updates all the time, but you can sign up so you get an email in your inbox when there's a rule that's coming up that they're looking for input on related to a topic that you're interested in. You can also file complaints. So, question earlier about advertising in the community or billboards that people are seeing. If you're concerned that you're seeing advertising or packaging that is appealing to youth, or maybe might not be following another rule from the Liquor Cannabis Board, you can go on their website and file a complaint, and then that goes to the local officers. So their rulemaking process, I'm not going to go into detail on it, but we just wanted to share that they have a very specific process that is open to feedback. For folks like us, people working in prevention, it's really important for us to share our voices on the topics. So when there is a new rule that is going into place, or when they're updating a current rule, they have 3 specific steps that they're going through, where they're sending out draft rules, they're getting feedback from the community. That can be us, that can be tobacco or cannabis retailers, it can be business owners, parents, youth, anyone who wants to share their feedback along the way. So if you join their listservs and email list, you'll have a good way to know when these processes are coming up. And one really important thing about rulemaking is that many of us are state or government or local employees or getting grant funding from places where we can't do lobbying, we can do education. And engaging with the LCB process is not considered lobbying because these are laws that are already made, and this is more establishing the rules to implement those laws. So of course, always check in with your organization or with your funding source, but this is typically something that is allowed for folks involved in prevention. And we also really wanted to touch on local policy work because the legislative process, the LCB process, those are all statewide. And most of us in prevention, and probably most of you in this room, are more focused on your local community or your local county. And so we really just wanted to remind folks that there's a lot of ways locally that you can use your voice and share your messages about prevention. From boards of health to city or county councils or commissions, whatever your local structure is, school administration or school boards, tribal council, local parks, that could be through your local city or county council or through a parks board or commission. Is there a question in the back? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just was wondering, because it's something, it's kind of a little pet peeve of mine, and I'm sure of a lot of other parents. And I've been kind of rattling some cages for about a year now, and I haven't really gotten anywhere with it. There's been some parents vaping big clouds of smoke in our park downtown Shelton, and what I've been told is the sign doesn't say no vaping, it just says no smoking. And so to me, that's the same thing. So I was just wondering if you could touch on that and tell us how we can fix that.
You're perfect timing because our next slide is about that exact issue. So thanks for being the plant and asking a question, yes. And so, yeah, local parks, we're gonna talk about that in just a second. And then local, even not just thinking about governmental policies, but local events. There's a lot, especially in small communities, we have a lot of fairs and festivals and things like that. So thinking about talking to organizers of those events about any policies related to growing healthy youth in our communities, having safe environments for our youth. Look at this. There's smoke and vape-free parks on here.
Can you just say that vape and smoke is regulated separately?
Yes. Hold on, Megan, what's your point you want to share?
I was just going to answer the small piece that you said at the end. Actually, smoke from cigarettes and vape is regulated separately. I know. Why? I don't know, but it really is not. It regulated separately. And so in Washington State, we have quite a lot more smoke-free laws, and that is based off of employment law, because there's people that work there and they maybe don't want to be subjected to smoke outside of the door wafting in or what have you. And there's a lot of smoke-free parks, so maybe you all have done smoke-free parks, but vape-free parks and vape-free ordinances is a whole nother thing, and so these are some other ways that you can include vape into your existing laws.
Thanks, Megan. So yeah, we wanted to look at a specific issue and kind of look at the different places where you could address that in your community. So we picked smoke and vape-free local policies to talk about. And we did hear when we were asked to present here from the event organizers that smoke-free and vape-free parks was something that was being looked at locally in the city of Shelton. So we wanted to make sure to include that. But yeah, that's definitely through your, depending on what community you're in, it could be your city or county council, it could be a parks board or a parks commission, but that's definitely a place as someone who cares about prevention and having safe environments for healthy youth in our communities, that you can share your voice about the importance of having, like you're saying, if it's currently smoke-free, then making sure to add in vaping in that signage and then the rules that address your local parks. I know that's something that's happening across the state also, so if that's something you're interested in, there's probably many prevention folks across the state who could share some tips on that as well. Also, like I mentioned earlier, local events, county fairs, local festivals, things like that, talking to event organizers or boards that oversee those events to make sure that there are safe smoke or vape-free spaces at those events, and so that we're setting a good example for the youth in our communities. But again, too, it doesn't just have to be the governmental policies. We could look at smoke or vape-free policies of local organizations. If there is a community college in your community, looking at smoke and vape-free policies that cover the campuses of those. And I know we have a speaker later who today is going to talk more about school policies and practices related to vaping and student substance use. But I know in my community, in the region that I work with, that's one of our biggest areas of local policy focus, is supporting schools and making sure that there's best practices in place to support youth who are caught using substances on campus, and make sure that we're engaging in effective prevention methods as part of those policies. So Megan kind of touched on this earlier, but we wanted to take a few minutes just to remind folks that as we're thinking about our messages, to remember that most of these folks that we're talking to who are decision makers are also our neighbors and part of our community too. So we might have a lot in common with them if they are local business owners or employees or parents, community members, and just to remember that they are regular people just like us that we're connecting with, and to remember that as part of our community. So we're going to transition now into really thinking a little bit more about what you would include in your message when you're talking about a topic that's important to you for prevention. We're going to go over a couple important things to consider, and then we're going to give you a chance, like we did a little earlier, to break out with a couple people sitting next to you to talk about a specific issue that's important to you. So first, some questions in general to think about. The first one is, what is your issue of concern? Of course, we're all here because we want to grow healthy youth in our communities. We want to have safe places for our youth and families to grow up. But that's a really big issue. So when we're talking to a decision maker, we want to make sure we're narrowing it down to a specific issue of concern that we want to focus on. Next would be, what decision maker is in charge of this issue? So, for example, for the vape-free parks, who in your community do you need to go to, do you need to talk to address that issue? What related evidence or data do you have? This connects back to Jason Kilmer's presentation. Really important to make sure that we're getting some data points or some facts that we can share to back up our opinions that we're sharing. And then, what is your personal story or connection? Why is this important to you as a community member, that you're sharing this with them and that you want to make a change? Who else should you involve or partner with? If this is something that's important to you as a community member, there's probably other folks in your community that you're working with or that you know of at other organizations that are also interested in this, that could work together with you on it. And then lastly, looking a little bigger, what organization is already working on this issue? So maybe outside of your community, if you're part of a community coalition or a school or a county, maybe there's other communities like yours across the state who are already working on this, who could share with you talking points, or they have relationships or connections that you could get from them to help you with this issue. So up on the screen are a list of 4 key points that we wanted to share with folks as you're developing your message to talk with the decision maker. And we are going to give you some time, about 10 minutes, to work in small groups, again with 1 or 2 people next to you. We're going to have to do 5 minutes. Or 5 minutes, depending on how much time we have left. So just make sure that you're introducing yourself, your city, your coalition, your school, sharing what your issue is and what your stance is on that issue, thinking of 1 to 2 facts in your story of why this is important. And then you would be thanking them and coming up with a follow-up plan. After you had an original conversation, what would your next step be? So we just want you to take 5 to 10 minutes to connect with 1 or 2 people next to you and practice thinking about those steps on an issue that's important to you.
The time that's up there, it says we're at 45 minutes. We'll see what time we're supposed to be done. Oh, okay. Maybe the timer started when he was introducing us.
That's what I think.
Because the slides are up. The slides are up. Yeah. So an update, you do have 10 minutes to do this with your partner or partners. And you're going to try and make sure that you include all of these steps here, like you're practicing. You're going to include all of these steps here, and you're going to try and get that very concise statement into 2 to 3 minutes. All right, everybody, start to make your way back to your seat if you're not already there. I hope you were able to come up with a really nice elevator pitch in case you run into your decision maker at Safeway. These people probably go to, you know, they play sport. Their kids play sports with your kids, maybe. You may find them at the local Safeway. You may go to church with them or whatever. And hopefully you have a pitch ready to go, right? Because, you know, these people this is their job. They work for you, and your voice matters. All right. So the next steps is just how to get involved in more policy skill building skills. So policy skill building opportunities. The first is to, I guess, know who your legislators are. So know who your legislators are. And then sign up for their email update. Because if you sign up for your legislator's email update, they will tell you when session is going to start, or they will tell you, you know, how to get in touch with them. And your voice makes a really big impact, especially to your legislator, because again, you are their boss. And don't let them make you feel any less than that. You are their boss. Also, if anybody in this group tied to I have a lot of acronyms here, but a community coalition, anybody tied to a community coalition, you can raise your hand. Anybody tied to a drug-free community or right, Ben's raising his hand a lot in the back. So if you don't know Ben, get in touch with him or anybody at the back table, because all of these folks actually have connections to the skill building work that we're doing, and you're welcome to get involved through your coalition. Or I know Rob is here as well. He just walked in through the door. Through Department of Health is another type of policy work that we're doing, youth cannabis and commercial tobacco prevention program. And then also, if you want to learn a lot more about the legislative process, that's what this QR code is here for. Your phone may not read it from back there, but it's a bunch of mini webinars. We did 12 mini webinars. They're all between 2 and 5 minutes, all about a very specific skill of how to participate in the legislative process. So feel free to pull those up and share them widely. And if you want to get in touch with us, were you trying to do that? I'll do that. If you want to get in touch with us, you're welcome to email Alyssa or I. If you want to get on the Prevention Voices listserv, we didn't put it up here, but you're welcome to email us, which our emails are on the next. Did you get it? You got it. All right. Our emails are here, megan.moore@kitsatpublichealth.org or apavitt@co.whatcom.wa.us. Yeah, or Ben. And get in touch with anybody in the back. All right, let's see if this...
All right, so I'm glad we have time because we have a really important video clip we wanted to send us off with. Does anyone recognize what movie this is from? If you're not embarrassed to say so, yeah. It's from Legally Blonde 2. So it was spring break last week in the community that I am in, and my family went on a vacation to the ocean, so we drove right through here, and it rains a lot when we're at the ocean, right? So we watched some movies, and one of them was Legally Blonde 2, and when I was watching it, there's a speech at the end where the main character is giving a speech to the legislative body about why it's important to speak up and why your voice matters. And I was like, Megan, that reminds me of our presentation, so we got to fit that in. So if Jason can sing, we can show Legally Blonde. So we're going to see, hopefully this works. Oh no. Where's the IT guy? Oh, wait, here we go. I think it's gonna work. Okay. Oh. Pause for a second, we can see if we'll make it work. Otherwise, you'll all have to go home and watch Legally Blonde 2 with your families. Round of applause. As long as it works. Okay, never mind. You all need to go home and watch the end of the movie then. Thank you.
I'm not going to act it out, but the gist was, like, I was so angry that all these things were changing, and I felt like I was not, I just felt so angry, like, why is the world changing around me? And it's because I didn't get involved. Like, I didn't say anything. I didn't participate. I wasn't there saying how angry I am about this. And that is, that's what you have. You maybe don't do policy work in your normal day-to-day, but it's going to change whether you're there or not, right? And so I'd rather have you be there so that it changes for the better. Now we're done. I didn't act it out, but thanks, everybody. I think you have a little bit of a break now, or question? Yes, please.
I have two. Earlier you mentioned billboards in our community and that kind of thing. Mason County does have a few cannabis billboards. I know specifically up in North Mason and Belfair. And sometimes here in Shelton on the highways, we have cannabis billboards. How can we, or who do we need to talk to deal with that promotion?
Yes, Great question about billboards. First, it's important to know if the billboard is in compliance. Like the one that Jason showed earlier that was on right by the airport, I don't know if that one was actually in compliance. They're required to have 21 plus. They have to have certain, there's certain laws that need to be on billboards. If you don't think that it's in compliance, Alyssa mentioned the LCB complaint process, but what she didn't mention is that the Liquor and Cannabis Board sometimes only works off of complaints. So they don't really, like even their enforcement officers don't always, like they see a billboard and then they're not doing anything about it because they didn't hear a complaint about it. So first, make a complaint about it. Second, this is a challenging issue because of First Amendment rights. So we have had there's been a lot of discussion about billboards and how we can regulate billboards and, you know, make sure that they're not appealing to kids. This is why every time a billboard bill is introduced, like they just shut it down right away. They don't want to touch First Amendment rights. But advertising rules are opening up at the Liquor and Cannabis Board, and they need people to participate. Like we don't want these billboards to be exciting to especially youth in our community. It'd be great if they were just like black with actually it'd be great if they were banned, but that's First Amendment issue. But you know, it'd be great if they were just plain text, just black, like come to our store or something, I don't know. And you can literally give them an example of some research. Say like, I don't want mountains on this. Mountains are appealing to youth, or I don't want this sort of lifestyle portrayed in a billboard. Like those are things that they need to hear from as soon as the rules open up, because you better be sure that the other side, the industry, is going to try and make them way more relaxed as soon as those rules open up. So I'd say that's probably the best option that you have right away. And I think those rules are closing, the process is closing August 1st, I think they said. But the website has all the dates, and we can get them to you, Ben, so you can spread them out.
And I have a quick example I can share too, Ben. In our community, we had a billboard that we were concerned about. It was a marijuana store billboard that was right across the street from our health department. And so since we did have that relationship with the Liquor Cannabis Board officers, we reached out and expressed our concern about it. They actually were able to have a meeting with the owners of that establishment, talked about our concern, which had to do with images of people who we thought looked like youth-aged folks that were on the billboard. And the establishment listened to their concern and actually changed it and put a different billboard up. So that was just, we can do it through the rulemaking process, we can do it through complaints, but also if you have those relationships with your Liquor Cannabis Board officers, sometimes they can help you out in those situations because they have the relationships with the retailers also.
And one other question. In the past, we used to take youth into some of the stores to buy cigarettes, right? Is that happening for vape? I don't know if you can answer this. Is it happening for vape and cannabis? Do you know?
Yes and no. So it is definitely happening for cannabis. For vape, it is, for those of you that don't know, or maybe didn't hear yet, but the law changed to, the law of purchase of tobacco sales changed to 21, starting January 1st, 2020. So anybody under 21 cannot purchase cigarettes. Or vapor products. This means that the way that we do compliance checks has to change, because we're not going to like hire a volunteer 16-year-old to go into a store. They don't look close enough to 21, right? Like you want youth, young people, young adults that look very close to 21 to do these sort of compliance checks. And that means they're no longer, kids in high school want to do this as a volunteer, like resume building skill, but older youth and young adults, 18, 19, 20, like they're looking for a job. And so this is actually, like almost all health departments have stopped this because they haven't been able to hire a very part-time youth compliance check or young adult compliance check. So it's not really happening right now, and there's only 3 tobacco enforcement agents, liquor and cannabis board agents around the whole state, in the whole state. And so it's not really happening. Is it supposed to be happening? Yes. Are tobacco retailers selling to youth when we look at the compliance rates, like 1 out of 4 times? Yes. So it's not very good right now. This is definitely a place that we need to tighten up. It's happening in cannabis, but we're still trying to restructure the way that we do the young adult, we can't even call them youth anymore, young adult compliance checks for tobacco retailers. Sorry if that was not hopeful. Yes.
Hi. One of the things that I notice so much in our community is that hot shops are all lit up like Christmas trees around here. They're really enticing to our kids with neon colorful lights, spray painted, slug bugs. They're very enticing to kids, and so I was wondering if you could any conversation in regards to making those storefronts less appealing to our youth.
This is maybe the hopeful thing, is that cannabis, you can do any cannabis policy at the local level. So this is something that you can take to your city council or your county commissioners, and you can certainly make a policy saying that they're not allowed to light up like that. It may be hard. Local cannabis policy is hard, right? Because they're your business owners and they're bringing a lot of tax dollars to your community. But this is definitely something that other communities have worked on, and it's something that could definitely be done at the very local level.
Yeah, and a good first step for that, if you haven't done it yet, is to take some pictures and images of those concerns that you're seeing. I know throughout the state over the last couple years, people have done different advertising assessments to go around and assess stores and see what is appealing to youth. I know I took my kids and we did that, and one of our big concerns that I saw was the same that you're saying, of the bright colors and really appealing look just of the store as you go by it.
Any other questions? Well, thank you all very much for having us. We'll see you.
Excellent, excellent. So as we're moving along here, running just a little bit behind, but we're hoping to have a little bit of a working lunch. So that gives us about 10 minutes to grab food. As you came in, the main interest over there on the left-hand side is the cafeteria. Please feel free to grab food here in just a minute. There is a certain section as well that if you have certain dietary restrictions or specific asks, there's some options in there, from what I understand, some salads and things. So please take a look at all options. We'll pick back up here as close to about 11:50 as possible. We got Sarah up next. Should be some great information. And before we let you go, just one other thing from Rob from Choice.
Hi everyone, Rob here with Choice Regional Health Network. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate your time. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are offering vaccines on the other room. We have flu vaccines, Mpox, and COVID vaccines if anybody's interested. Thank you very much for coming, and go have some good lunch.
Alrighty folks, let's go ahead and break, and then as you're able to come back in and re-seat yourselves, we'll get back going here in about 10 minutes. Let's jump right in here with Sarah. Sarah Ellsworth is the Regional Administrator for Behavioral Health and Integrated Student Support at Capital Region EST 113's True North Student Assistant and Treatment Services. Sarah has worked directly with children and youth in various capacities for 18 years, including providing direct services for both mental health and substance use disorders, juvenile justice, family wraparound, and care coordination. She has been a licensed mental health clinician since 2006 and a substance use disorder professional since 2009. As regional administrator, Sarah is instrumental in supporting the ESD in achieving its mission of providing high-quality, cost-effective school-based services. Sarah is fluent in implementing student assistance within a multi-tiered system of support framework. Sarah holds a master's degree in counseling psychology from the University of Denver and a bachelor's in psychology from Gonzaga University. Sarah lives in Olympia, Washington with her husband and 3 sons. Please help me welcome Sarah Ellsworth.
Thank you everyone for pretending at least to pay attention during your lunch break. Ben's already warned me, sorry, you have like kind of the worst slot. So I was prepared for that. What I was not prepared for is Dr. Kilmer to sing or the presenters before me to have a video. I have to be honest, I was a little bit relieved when it didn't work because I was like, ooh, I didn't plan any of that. But what I do have is a little bit of a story. So as Abe mentioned, I am a substance use disorder professional, and I have a baby that was born on 4/20. So that's always fun to share. When my water broke at 10:30 p.m. on the 19th, I was like, of course. He will be 10 next week. He still doesn't know the significance of 4/20 other than his birthday, and part of my goal is to keep that the case as long as possible. And also, you probably heard from Abe's introduction, in education and behavioral health, we like a lot of words to say very little. And I was looking and reflecting on the title of this presentation, and basically I'm going to talk about student assistance. We probably could have just said that, but in the spirit of being consistent with our profession, we've just added a lot of extra words. So I also anticipated, knowing that Dr. Kilmer did not know he was going to sing, but I certainly knew he was going to present you with a lot of data. So in the interest of saving time, knowing that my time slot was less than ideal, I've skipped a lot of data because I had supreme confidence that Dr. Kilmer was going to share that with you. So I'm just going to reiterate some of what he said. If you're interested in the numbers, he mentioned Healthy Youth Survey. AskHYS.gov is a wonderful resource to find out what's happening across our state and in your local community. If you haven't checked it out, their website is a wealth of information. So what we do know is student behavioral health needs are not being met. So we know our kids' mental health and substance use needs are increasing, and often the services that are available to them are available after they get pretty sick and are often in the community in spaces and places where youth aren't naturally, and so it can be a barrier for them to get to them. We know that prevention and early intervention are key, or primary prevention and secondary prevention, however you want to refer to it. But those services are essential, and behavioral health services benefit academic performance and achievement. I was thrilled when I saw that Dr. Kilmer highlighted that. The students least likely to graduate from our schools are those with co-occurring conditions, so mental health and substance use conditions. They drop out at a much higher rate and graduate on time on a much lower rate than other students. We also know that school-based prevention and early intervention services are accessible and effective. They are where students are. That's really important. They don't have to do much, they just have to passively engage to receive prevention messaging. We also know that nationally, most kids and adolescents who receive behavioral health services receive those services at school because, again, they're accessible. Young people, especially young people under the age of 16, have very limited resources to get themselves to and from appointments, and so when we put services where they are, they're utilized at a higher rate. And I'm going to tell you, student assistance programs increase behavioral health access and outcomes. They work. We know they work. One of the things that we're really excited about is the Office of National Drug Control Policy released in October 22 their National Drug Control Strategy that specifically calls out student assistance programs, which is wonderful. Under their prevention and intervention strategies, their first principle is that preventing substance use among school-age children is effective, and their recommendations include technical assistance and support to K-12 for providing substance use services at schools, increasing awareness and technical assistance for implementation of student assistance programs, and then the third is around expanding research on evidence-based screening in healthcare settings. I'm going to talk about that second goal, student assistance programs. And I'm just going to brag on my people a little bit because we were actually featured in this document. If anybody wants a copy, I'm happy to share it. Page 24, ESD 113 True North, for our effective implementation of student assistance services. Most of the information I'm going to share today is from the Student Assistance Framework that was developed by SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. This is another document that I highly encourage you to read if you're interested in student assistance services. Anybody can feel free to email me. I'm happy to share this document. It's a guide for school administrators, but it's a great overview of student assistance programming. How many of you know what a student assistance program is? Oh, great, less hands than I expected. So I may teach some of you something new. So student assistance programs were actually modeled after employee assistance programs. How many of you know what an employee assistance program is? Okay, more people, right? So basically, it's a comprehensive school-based framework to expand services to students in schools that may interfere with their educational success. So much like employee assistance programs, we recognize, gosh, it's not really the job of the employer to take care of your mental and emotional health, but when it's starting to impact your work, maybe we have some incentive in addressing that. Just like schools, their primary focus is education, as it should be, but we know that students' substance use, mental health issues, all of these kinds of things interfere with their ability to be engaged in schools, and so student assistance is a great opportunity to intervene there. Students best suited for involvement in student assistance programs are those who are experiencing issues with substance use and misuse or mental illness. It also may include students who are impacted by other people's substance use within their home or community. So a student assistance program includes a whole lot of services, education, and when we say education, that's education to the community, education to parents and families, education to school staff, and education to students around the influence of substance use. Depending on who our audience is, right, we're going to tailor that education and messaging a little bit, but it is very comprehensive and robust. It also includes prevention, and when I say prevention, I'm talking about primary prevention. We'll talk about the different tiers in a little bit, but basically messaging that promotes healthy behaviors and discourages unhealthy behaviors. Early identification, so there's always also a screening process and a process for identifying students at that first sign of a risk and getting them connected to supports and services early. That's what we call intervention or secondary prevention. And then evidence-based intervention. So everything we do, we try and do based on what the science tells us works. Within student assistance, there needs to be a referral process that everybody is well versed in, so students, staff, and parents know how to connect their students to services if they need to, and those services are supported and guide students towards making better choices. And in our model, our services include prevention, those intervention support services, and therapeutic intervention, which is unique to some student assistance programming, and we'll talk about that in a minute too. So how do student assistance programs work? There is a prevention specialist, a student assistance specialist, a student assistance personnel, whatever you want to call them, who works within a school building, and they partner with school administrators and other support staff within the school community to provide a range of promotion, prevention, treatment, and continuing care activities to all students in K through 12. I think it's important when we talk about student assistance that it is not the work of the student assistance professional that makes them successful. It is the partnership of the student assistance professional with the school community and the larger community that makes them effective. We can't not do this work in isolation. There's also an identification and referral process. So our first goal is, how do we just send strong, positive prevention messages? Drugs are not bad, or drugs are bad. Let me clarify. Drugs are bad, guys. And if you have been impacted, there's a pathway for support. So we work with the school to make referrals and identify students. We believe in a no wrong door approach. So basically referrals can come from anyone in the school community, any school staff. Families can also make referrals, and students can self-identify. And one of the things that is really amazing and incredible as we have evolved and continued this work, we have sites where our student assistance professional has been in their building for 5 to 7 to 10 years, and the relationship with those students over that time, it's often another student pulling their friend, oh my gosh, you have to meet our SAP. Oh my gosh, I told my friend you could help them. And we see sort of a shift when we start from a lot of discipline kind of concern referrals to student-driven referrals, which is exactly what we want. We want our kids getting it, that this is something that's going to help you, and not just because it helped me, it'll help my friends. And so part of that referral process includes what is a brief description of the concerns, what's going on, what do you want addressed. There's a notification to the student that a referral has been made. We try and be really vague about that. Oftentimes, just a concerned adult in your school community notice these things are going on for you. Do you want to talk about that? Here's the services I can do. Here are the ways and things I can do to support you. And then we meet with that student, assess the level of severity and the types of services that they need, and then complete that process by connecting them. So what are the benefits of student assistance? I think Dr. Kilmer mentioned this. First and foremost, I didn't identify this here, but I think one of the biggest benefits is they're extremely cost effective. I think when we think about substance use, we know intuitively we're never going to treat our way out of the problem. We're never gonna be able to wait for kids to start using, get sick, get them treatment, and get better. Where we are most effective, where we're most cost effective, is getting to them early and preventing them from ever starting. And so that to me is one of the big benefits, is that we can have this tremendous reach and we can prevent a number of students from ever initiating substance use. And those that do initiate substance use, we can get to them very early and we can stop that progression of substance use before they are very sick and before they cost the treatment system a lot of money, oftentimes several episodes of treatment. In addition, it can improve school and family connections, right? So one of the things that families really like about it is you're responsive to our needs. You are providing supportive students or supporting services to our students. I think one of the most important questions in schools that we can ask students when we notice that they're experiencing some sort of behavioral health issue is not, why did you do this? What's wrong with you? What is going on for you? I think that that is so important. How are we curious about what's happening for them, and how are we building supports in a way that helps them mitigate what's happening for them? We offer skill building to students in core competency areas such as problem solving and positive coping. So in addition to educating them about the risks of substance use, we're also building those other skills that will promote their academic learning, focus on behavioral management and self-control, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. We also know that the benefits of SAPs, they improve academic achievement. We'll talk about that in a little bit too. We can provide support for organizational skills, complete missing assignments, attain direct tutoring options, and identifying and addressing any specific barriers. The student assistance professional doesn't do all of that work necessarily. That's where those partnerships are key. So who are the people in the school community that can help them with that? We talk about our SAPs wearing a lot of different hats. One is the prevention specialist. One is the intervention specialist. One is the case manager. One is the relationship builder. And they do all those things simultaneously so they can have a pretty comprehensive read on what's happening in schools and help provide that wraparound support for students. Other benefits, strengthen curriculum. One of the things that we do is we push in prevention curriculum, and oftentimes we do that in partnership with teachers. So instead of saying, hey teacher, here's one other thing that you need to add to your list of to-do items, we often say, hey teacher, here's a week that you can have off when I'm gonna come in and do prevention messaging in your classroom. We also can partner with schools to identify curriculum that supports positive messaging around substance use, mental health promotion, all of those kinds of things. A lot more of the same. I'm trying to be very mindful of time, you guys. I don't want to get any farther behind. So all of these outcomes, and I'm going to tell you these outcomes, and then in a minute I'm going to show you these outcomes are real. So improve student behavior. Students who engage in student assistance or in buildings where there are student assistance programs, we see increases in improved student behavior, increase in school attendance, increase in assignment completion, higher grades in academic achievement, higher rates of high school graduation, and increased self-control, self-efficacy, and social competence. I think Dr. Kilmer started his presentation by saying nobody walks up and is like, hey, great job, nothing bad happened yesterday. But these are the kinds of things when we start to drill on this data that we can show the impact of prevention. So before we had an SAP, This is where our student discipline referrals were. This is where school attendance was. And over the implementation timeframe, we see all of these measures improve for the school community and also very specifically for students who are involved in student assistance services. We talked about these services are not just implemented by the student assistance professional or one organization or one person. There are 9 critical components, and all of these are essential to the success. So school board policies, we talked about policy at our last presentation, right? The importance of having policies that promote prevention, promote responsive interventions to students who are displaying needs. And if you guys don't know, I'm not going to talk specifically about policy, but it is school boards who make policies for schools. And so it is really important, just like you talked about, who are the people that I need to know? What are the things I need to do if I want to impact school policy? Figure out who your board members are. Go to a board meeting, express your concerns, those kinds of things, because at the end of the day, those are the people who are driving policy within a school. Another component is staff development. So this isn't passive where school staff just do what they've always done and an SAP comes in and waves a wand and everybody's behavior and substance use gets better. It's also about educating our school staff on how do you identify signs and symptoms of student substance use? How do you know when students might be at risk? How do you appropriately have that conversation with a young person about connecting them to services? How might you set up your classroom to be a more positive environment for students that are struggling? How do you build connections with students, especially our hardest to reach students? So that's a big piece of what we do, as well as staff development. Program awareness. A program is no good if nobody knows that it exists. And so how do we make sure, again, that school staff know that it exists, students know that it exists, and parents know that it exists? So how do we promote that program awareness? Making sure we have an internal referral process. One of the things, whenever we start a new student assistance program site, then inevitably happens is we get a ton of referrals right away. And as we filter through those referrals, we find out a lot of our students have already been identified and connected to other services outside of the school. And so having an internal referral process where we can sort of sort through some of that beforehand, that we can kind of get a sense of, do they actually need a referral to this program? Do they have something else that's working for them? Allows our services to be most efficient. Problem solving and team case management. So we call it student assistance teams, student intervention teams. There's any number of things, care teams, core teams, but basically a team that comes together and talks about who are our students of concern, who are we noticing is struggling right now, who might need to be connected, and then oftentimes, who's the best person to reach out to that student? If there's somebody they're connected to in the school, maybe it's the teacher who talks to them first. If they have burned their bridges with school, sometimes it's us that talks to them first. But really talking about, and another important piece of that team is as they're getting support, providing feedback back to the team about what they're working on and how the school community can continue to support them. Direct services to students. So again, prevention on its own. We're going to talk about it, multi-tiered framework. Probably should have moved it sooner since that was a big piece of my slide. But about 80% of our kids, all they need is positive prevention messaging, and they're never going to use substances. They're going to proceed through life pretty well. But there's 20 to 25 to even sometimes 30% of students who are going to try drugs and alcohol, and they need responsive services. And again, when we think about that secondary prevention or intervention, as we call it, it really is how are we preventing the progression of a substance use disorder? How are we getting them services before they ever meet diagnostic criteria? That's a prevention effort. How are we getting them services when they meet criteria for abuse before they ever meet dependence criteria? That's a prevention strategy. And then interaction and engagement with other school-based programs, cooperation, collaboration, those go hand in hand, but how do we work with other partners? How do we let other people do what they do well and provide those referral pathways? And how do we focus on what we do well? And then program evaluation and improvement. So how are we constantly looking at our data, what's working, what's not working, where we might need to make improvements, and where we might need to change our tactics or strategies. I'm gonna stop there. Are there any questions so far? Yes. Is this just for high school? No.
So I was just, the other reason I'm wondering is because I think about our school
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, there's just a little bit of a mix.
Yeah.
Right? And so what I'm seeing with my children is that they know people that are older. And like I have my one daughter who told me that when her friend was asking one of the older kids for a vape, right? Vape is not a community, it's vape. So luckily my daughter doesn't got it, but I'm just wondering how can we interpret this in a school like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if we remember, so student assistance programs are really built for kindergarten through 12th grade. So implementation can occur across that entire spectrum or at any point during that spectrum. There are some logistical and funding caveats, right? Where in most of Washington State, student assistance has been implemented at the secondary level. Because when student assistance programs started, that's sort of where they were needed. One of the things a colleague pointed out within the last week is like our window for prevention is getting smaller and smaller. Dr. Kilmer talked about how much stronger the marijuana that kids are using now is, how much more available substances are in the community, how fast that progression happens from their first use to like dependent use. And so in kind of thinking about that, our historic model of putting these services at high school, we may be too late, right? Our window is shorter. How do we move these services earlier? And obviously, what a prevention message for substance use looks like in kindergarten is very different than what it looks like in 9th grade. But these services can be implemented anywhere within that spectrum, and you just tailor them developmentally to the needs of those students. Obviously, within our model that includes treatment, you're probably going to see more substance use treatment in secondary buildings and less in elementary buildings. But also intuitively, if we do really strong prevention and intervention in that K through 8, we're going to need less treatment in high school. We know that. Yes.
A couple of questions. I'm pretty familiar with True North because I've worked for the ESD 113 for many years. But do you serve all the schools in the 5 counties?
I'm going to talk. ESDs provide support services to all 44 of our school districts that are one tribal compact school in our 5-county region. What that looks like and what's available to them does differ truly based on. So our student assistance program, we have probably, out of our 44 districts, I would say 25 sites that have full-time or part-time student assistance services within their building. Again, a lot of that truly is just driven by funding and also staff capacity. But to your question about, is this just for secondary buildings, one of the really exciting things that we have been a part of for the last 2 years is, I don't know, how many of you are actually education folks? Okay, so ESSER, you've probably heard ESSER, but COVID relief dollars. And so Washington State has an ESD network, AESD network COVID response project to put student assistance professionals in 51 sites across the state, not only focused on substance use prevention and intervention, which has sort of been our model forever and our wheelhouse, but has added mental health promotion and early intervention to that continuum of care. And 2 of our sites are K through 12 sites, which is really exciting to me because we have been able to take this model and put it into action in primary elementary sites. And it's really awesome because the need is there. These kids are impacted by family substance use, community substance use. These kids are getting, and my hope, my sincere hope, my belief is that when they're getting these supports and early prevention messaging and intervention services early, is they're going to need less as they get older. Yes.
How much do these programs cost? If they're not in every single school, how can we like get those programs to those schools? Are they costly?
Well, yes, and I don't want to get into district budgets and things like that, but it costs about what a full-time staff person would cost, and so that's what you're paying for. But also doing this without somebody who's well-trained in the model, who doesn't have strong supervision, who doesn't, it's really easy to get detoured in the role of student assistance. And that's why such a big, important part of the model is how do we educate our school community about what this actually is? Because oftentimes, no disrespect to schools, but they're like an extra body. This is great. I have so many things I want you to do. And that that can easily turn into the student assistance professional serving lunch in the lunchroom and monitoring recess, which is great. That's helpful to the school community. It also isn't going to meet our goals of reducing youth substance use. And so there is like the tangible, like what are the dollars and cents costs, and then there's the larger cost of how do we ensure they're trained, how do we ensure that we're looking at our outcomes, how do we ensure that they have solid supervision, how are we doing some of that sort of stuff. That's not a direct answer, but if you were thinking about dollars and cents and how a school might do this, you would think about how would you budget for a full-time person at whatever level of training that they need, what's the cost of that, and then how do I get them trained, and who's monitoring this, who's supervising them that understands the model well enough to keep them in their lane. Does that help? Yeah.
Let's say I'm a student at one of our local high schools, and I'm referred to the True North program. How often might I meet with this program? Would I meet as an individual, as a group? How often would I spend time in this program per month or per week? How do I get that assistance?
That is a great question and a great segue into talking about the tiered framework. So some of you are school folks, some of you are health folks. I know there's a lot of public health folks, right? This is just a model that schools and behavioral health have stolen from public health. But basically, how do we spread effective public health messages? That's what we call tier 1. So these are school-wide practices. About 80% of students in a fully functioning, well-run, multi-tiered system of support are going to get everything they need with consistent policy, prevention, education in the classroom, community-based norms, those kinds of things. That's going to meet the need of most of our students, and everybody's going to get that. They're going to get it hopefully every day because they walk into a school community that's welcoming to them, that is sending them positive messages, letting them know we're happy they're here. And then our tier 2 services, what we call early intervention, some people call secondary prevention, are for some students. So we also know that about 15 to 20% or 10 to 15% of students are going to have concerns that maybe aren't diagnostic yet, they don't need intensive treatment, but they need some sort of intervention. That intervention really should be time limited, anywhere from like 8 to 12 weeks, enough time that it has the opportunity to be effective and not so long that we're keeping them in an inappropriate service, if that makes sense. So if a student needs tier 2 interventions, you may meet with your student assistance professional 3 times, 15 times, but it shouldn't really be something that you're engaged with more than 3 months, because if you are engaged with it for more than 3 months, that's generally a sign that you need a different or more intervention. There are some caveats to that as well. One of the things that we do that actually is really well received, particularly in Mason County, is an affected others group. So that is designed for students who are impacted. It used to be called COSAP's Children and Adolescents of Substance Using Parents. We've changed it to affected others because oftentimes grandparents are raising them. It's the sibling that's using substances. But basically, it's a group, it's a support group designed for students who are not necessarily using themselves, but impacted by family members' substance use. And that tends to run all year long. Students can come in as they get identified, as they have interest in it, but it really is just a support service. They'll do that weekly. And then we have our few tier 3 services. So this is again about 5 to 10% of the school community who need an actual therapeutic or treatment type intervention. And depending on how severe their needs are, that could be anywhere from they're in intensive outpatient treatment where they're getting services 3 times a week for like 6 to 7 hours a week, to they come once a week for a few hours. So it sort of is dependent, and that's one of the things that we really try and do is tailor services to the needs of the student. We talked about the overview of student assistance. I said it does all these cool things, and in practice, this is our model. So again, traditional student assistance just includes tier 1 and tier 2, and the connections for tier 3 are with community providers or other partners. When we started doing student assistance services back in 1998, we realized there's not that many people in the community who are doing youth adolescent substance use treatment, so we don't have anywhere to refer them. So we decided our model was just going to include treatment, that was going to be a spectrum of our care, and we were going to offer that for the students that need it. So most of our sites have that treatment enhancement. We do have some sites that are prevention intervention only, but services still remain available at our branch office locations. So our student assistance program includes a student assistance professional that's generally in one building full-time, but sometimes maybe split between 2 buildings. And they provide a full spectrum of services that include universal school-wide prevention services. So we do a prevention education series, we provide support for curriculum, we do monthly prevention kind of campaigns and activities where students can be involved, where we send messages to the school community. They usually run a school-based youth prevention team, so working with kids who are really interested in prevention in their school, that's who we do our campaigns with, and really help broaden the message within the school community. There's screening and referral process. That can be done anywhere from universal screening, whole school screening. That's very hard to pull off, very hard to do, so we don't have a lot of sites that do that, to screening as issues start to pop up. Early intervention for students, again, at that first moment, particularly when we think about treatment and trying to address our substance use issues from a treatment perspective. Most of the time, by the time somebody's gotten to treatment, they're kind of sick, right? Things are really not good for them, so bad that law enforcement has been involved, or they're failing their classes, or all of these things that have happened that somebody's saying, you have to do this. The beauty and what I love about student assistance is it's that first time, I just noticed they were doodling marijuana leaves on their notebook. That seems kind of concerning to me. Can you talk to them about that, right? Maybe they're still functional, maybe they're still, we wouldn't catch them in our treatment system before that, but we can do all of these things to identify them early and get them connected. And then again, we add behavioral health treatment services in many of our locations. I talked about several times, so in Washington State, in our True North model, collaboration is key. It's not just us. I like to brag on my people and all the awesome work they do, and they totally do, but we also don't do it in isolation. We don't do it on our own. We partner with schools, and in many of our communities, we partner with the coalition. Our role is really, how do we impact the school community? The coalition gets to impact the larger community, which is really cool because that partnership and that reach is so impactful. So the role of SAP within the school is prevention education, behavioral health promotion and awareness, participating on those multidisciplinary teams, early intervention, sometimes treatment, and then referral and other resources for needs that wouldn't be in our wheelhouse to address. The role of the school is they have to develop the policy and they have to enforce it. That's their job, that's not ours. We can support them in doing that, but that's a key piece of what they do. Strong policy leads to strong connection to our services, so we're really big advocates for that. They need to provide us a space to be in, they need to support us in being there. So that's great. They refer students, they participate in our multidisciplinary teams, and they promote our services. When we have our SAP services on a district website that's just part of their spectrum of care, that's top notch, we really love that. And then the coalition works with the community. So again, if we want healthy students, we want healthy parents, we want healthy community members, and so that's where they get to partner with us to increase the reach and spread of those messages. And that's their focus. So I know I keep saying our services are important. They have an impact. We have data that tells us that our services have an impact. So these numbers are real numbers. They're based on 5-year average summaries, I think. Our data has got kind of wonky, particularly with COVID, just being honest. Healthy Youth Survey happened on a different schedule. Our numbers for interventions, turns out when everyone's in online school, school-based services sort of change a little bit, and that was a little bit of a learning curve. So these are 5-year averages of the impact of our specific program across our ESD region. So students who are engaged in our services show substance use reductions, average 40% reduction in their alcohol use, 45% reduction in binge drinking, and 40% reduction in their marijuana use. Also, we see decreased problems in school behaviors, average 5% reduction in skipping school, 36% reduction in school suspensions, and a 22% reduction in arrests in the time since they were engaged in the program. Yes?
Well, definitely this is an evidence-based program because of those. Now, are you getting grants? Are you getting grants because you're able to, from the federal government, state, on this because you can prove this?
Yes, so student assistance in Washington State is primarily funded through community prevention and wellness initiatives, which is federal dollars that come to the state that go to ESDs and coalitions to do this work in collaboration in identified high needs communities. And as part of that work, we do have targets for what is expected. I think our expected reductions for substance use is 25%. So you can see we actually are having an even bigger impact than they say effective programs do. So that's one thing. If we didn't meet those targets and we didn't meet those targets consistently, we would be at risk of losing funding. We've also expanded and have some ESSER funds, COVID relief dollars that fund some of our services. And then we have districts who have said this is really important. We're not a high needs identified community, but we need these services in our schools and they pay for them out of their district budget. And then again, increased school attendance. So an average of 39% of participants reported that they're more likely to attend school because of the student assistance program services. And on average, 89% of students who engaged in our programs say that they were glad they participated in these services. Yes. Our database is based on students, so 8th through 12. Oh, yes, her question was, is our data based on students grades 9 through 12? It's actually, sorry, 6th grade through 12th grade. So in our elementary sites, this is like a pre-post test. It's developmentally not necessarily appropriate for them. So we give it to anybody who's 6th grade or higher. And then we're, because this is the second year of implementation at a K-12 site, we're working on what is data collection because we expect that we're having similar great outcomes with elementary students, but how are we asking them in a way that's developmentally appropriate for them? And there's some teacher feedback we get about their change in behaviors, but we don't have final data on that yet. And then just because this is a Mason County Summit and Mason County is one of our unique communities within the ESD, we don't serve the whole county. There are 9 ESDs across the state, and North Mason is served by our partners at ESD 114. So who has access to ESD 113 services? Grapeview, Gravity, Hood Canal, Merriam Pioneer, Shelton, and Southside. Shelton is the only school district right now that has a full-time person in their building or multiple people in their building has on-site services, but many of our services and many of the supports that ESD provides can be provided in these districts as needed, or they get pieces of them, but not the full thing. And then shameless plug, you can learn more and apply for our positions at the following websites. Yes.
I'm located in North Mason. Does ESD 114 have similar?
Yes. Yes. All 9 ESDs have student assistance programming. ESD 113 is unique in the sense that we were the first ESD that had treatment as part of our spectrum, and we were the first that had both substance use and mental health treatment, but many of our ESD partners are now licensed or in the process of getting licensed because they've sort of seen that same thing that we need, is when we're in the school, we're identifying needs and we're having trouble connecting them to outside providers.
Do all 9 ESDs have this now?
Yes. So community, yes, they all have CPWI sites, all 9 of them. There's 51 sites across the 9 ESDs for the ESSER COVID response sites. And that's pretty cool, so. And we're trying to, as a network, align our programs a lot more closely than historically they've been aligned in terms of how are we collecting data, how are we showing the impact of this strong network across the state. Any other questions?
I have a couple. So apparently Miss Washington's going to be coming to Mason County.
Yes.
So maybe you can plug into
Yes.
that.
Absolutely. So we have had a long-standing partnership with Miss Washington, who works with us every Miss Washington every year to do prevention messaging for us. It used to be historically she did media awareness, so targeted messaging, how alcohol and drug companies target their messages to youth and building that literacy for young people. Last year, we shifted to a more mental health focus, and so she does a presentation focused on stress, anxiety, and coping skills. So talking about the difference between stress and normal stress and when we might be experiencing anxiety and how we can build some coping skills around that. She also, at some of our schools, is doing some stuff around vaping if that's their preferred topic.
The next one, and I'm not sure if he's going to be in Mason County or not, but I know he's going to be in Lewis County, and it's Tall Cop.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you know much about him, but
I know a lot about him. Yeah, and I think it's the coalition that's bringing him out. It's not us, but we brought him out several times. Does anybody have the chance to see Tall Cop?
Do I have a connection with him? Or
Do we have a connection with him?
no?
Oh,
Repeat the question.
I was just wondering if anybody's seen Tall Cop. Does anybody else want to give a Tall Cop spiel? I can, but I also love what other people think and hear about him. Yes. So if you visit Tall Cop Says Stop, that's his website. You can learn a lot more about him. His name is Jermaine Galloway. And he was a law enforcement officer in Idaho. He has since left law enforcement, but he does primary presentations on drug trends, drug identification, targeting school and parents. So basically, we're always behind the curve, right? As adults, we're like the last to know what's cool, like what the kids are using, what signs and symptoms tell us that they might be using. So he talks about, hey, if kids are wearing these kinds of clothes, here are some things that they might be saying about themselves with that, and here's how those might be associated with substance use. Here's things that are happening in the community that may be signs and symptoms that your youth are. So it's really, and I've worked in this field for a long time now, and every time I see him talk, I learn something that I didn't know, and I was like, oh, that's why our kids are doing that. So it's a really great piece of information about just what the trends are and what you might be seeing them do that might indicate that there's an opportunity for intervention.
he is presenting in Lewis County, and could be an opportunity for maybe we can bring him here to Mason County. I've been to a couple of his presentations, and pretty amazing. So hopefully, maybe our coalitions can start talking about this.
And not to put seaweed on the spot, but I know that Grace Harbor was talking about it at some point. Have you heard anything about that? Like him touring that region?
I thought that perhaps because he was going to be in Centralia, that wasn't really happening as well.
Okay. And do you know, is it in person? Okay. Is there a question over there? Yes, and if you're interested, feel free to email me. We also have a model that was developed by SAMHSA, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, called Parent Night Out. And I know Seaweed, not to put him on the spot again, but just did it with his coalition in Elma. But again, it's a training for parents. It is 45 minutes if you need to get through it quickly, right? You guys spent a lot more time because there was a ton of engagement. But basically, how do you talk with your students about this? How do you do it proactively? How do you do it early? How do you do it often? And how do you do it in ways that actually send the prevention message that you're intending to send, and don't use fear tactics or other efforts that we know don't work? And so that's a great opportunity, those parent engagement nights, to do that. And again, it's really appropriate from kids from elementary school to high school. How do you start talking to your kids early about substance use and why it's not a good idea? And that's something that we can help you get someone, because what was it, the police chief, right, that did it in Elma. The police chief did it. We have our student assistance professionals, a few of them trained, but it's a great opportunity. Any other questions? How are we on time? Yes. Where he will be in Lewis County? Ben said, where will Tall Cop be in Lewis County, Ben?
I'm not quite sure.
We can find out if you want to send me an email. Yeah. Yeah. If you email Ben or I, we can figure out and we can let you know. Do you know?
The Centralia
Yes. Sarah Baumgartner, yeah. If anybody knows Sarah Baumgartner, you can also just email her directly. She's the Centralia Coalition Coordinator. And actually, if you want to wait 5 minutes, I think I have an email and can probably tell you. Any other questions? Okay. Well, I didn't sing. I didn't have a cool movie clip. I also, just so you know, my confidence level coming into this situation, as I was leaving my house today, one of my family members, I won't tell you who, they're all 4 boys, so that won't give anything away, but was like, that sweater's not working for me today. And I was like, well, that's great, because you know what I'm gonna do today is stand up in front of a large audience of people and talk to them, so I'm super glad my sweater's not working for you. But we made it, we did it. Thank you all for your patience, I appreciate it.
Just one quick housekeeping item. There are extra sandwiches and food. So if you're still hungry, please grab one, and or on your way out, if you have family members that you know would enjoy a sandwich, and or participants or anyone else, there will be more available on the way out. We can do that. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Alrighty, folks, if we could move into our next speaker here. All right. I have the pleasure of introducing Allison. Allison currently works as the Director of Education Innovation for Kitsap Strong, a collective impact initiative in Kitsap County working to raise ACEs awareness, empower community resilience, and transform systems. Her educational background includes an undergraduate degree in psychology and a graduate degree in public affairs from Washington State University. She has worked in the field of education for over 20 years in various capacities within higher education, college access, outreach and training, program management, expanded learning, and behavioral health. She strongly believes in all young people can and will be successful when they have the right opportunities, resources, and support systems. Ensuring equity in education is not only a professional passion, but a personal mission as well. Allison currently serves as a school board director in the community she resides in and is involved in several other volunteer efforts related to education and youth, including the Bremerton Kiwanis Club. She enjoys spending time outdoors and attending sporting events with her husband Chris and 2 children, Brendan and Mason. Please help me welcome Allison Roeder.
Hello everyone. I was glad that Sarah, you brought up wanting that video slightly to not work, because I also had the same flash of like horrific, gosh, I have nothing funny or exciting really in my presentation, and I gotta follow singing in a video. And I can say that about my friends Megan as well from Kitsap. So no fun videos in mine. However, actually, when you have access to these PowerPoints, I believe afterwards, there is a video. It's not a funny video, but there is a video in my presentation that I'm not going to be showing today, but I did want you to have access to that to watch on your own time, just to reinforce some of the learning. So thank you for allowing me to come visit over here. It was such a beautiful drive from Bremerton, where I came this morning on the ancestral lands of the Skokomish peoples, and so it's always nice to come visit other areas. It was beautiful, and the sun emerged right as I was coming around the canal, so it was really a nice drive over, and I've really enjoyed getting to meet some of you and learn a little bit more about what's going on here. Hoping that I can share just a little bit of our story and our journey in Kitsap County around this notion of mobilizing around prevention of adverse childhood experiences, which I'll make some through lines and connections to what you sort of really came here to hear today. And hearing about our journey is going to be important in terms of the strategy or program that I'm really here to share about today called Handle with Care. And it is an emerging program here in Washington, and I'll share a little bit about our journey of how we arrived at Handle with Care. And so as I go through this, you might go, why do we want to know what's happening in Kitsap around mobilizing the community around ACEs? It is related, of course, to prevention work in general, but it does tell an important story for how we arrived at Handle with Care. So first I want to pose to you the context of problems, and some of you may have heard these references or seen these before, but I want to take you through this notion of several types of problems. So one, we have something called simple problems. For some, this is more of a problem than others. For me, this might not be such a simple problem. I am not a baker or a real great cook. But in theory, if you think about a challenge, a problem of baking a cake, you've got a recipe that spell out very clearly for you the steps, the ingredients. You do X, Y, Z, you will then, in theory, have this beautiful, lovely tasting cake at the end of the day. So that is what we call a simple problem. We also have things called complicated problems. Complicated problems are things that are much more significant in the challenge, right? Which for me, I said baking a cake might be a complicated problem. But others might think of something like sending a rocket to the moon. Sending a rocket to the moon, believe it or not, still has a very prescriptive process, steps you follow, and essential ingredients to make that happen. So in theory, again, if you follow that very prescribed process, you will send a rocket to the moon. Then we have what we call complex problems or challenges. And the example that's listed here is educating youth. So if you think about the field of education and educating youth, we don't have a prescriptive guidebook or recipe or steps to follow. We try in education, we think we have that figured out, but in the end, when we look at our education outcomes, it's really varied. We don't have this cake, if you will, that's perfect and amazing looking and tasting and all of that. And that's because educating youth is very complex. There is not that prescribed process. I also liken parenting to this, so for those of you that are parents, nobody gave us a guidebook that says if you do this, I mean, people try, right? Certainly there are books out there that tell you if you do this, this will happen. And it doesn't always work out that way. So I share this with you to really lay the groundwork for what our community was faced with in recognizing the differences between simple, complicated, and complex problems. And what I want to point out here is what we see often in the social sector is treating problems as simple or complicated and not recognizing the complex nature of many of these problems that we try to solve from a simple and complicated approach. For example, what we see here is an image that references adverse childhood experiences. How many of you have seen this image? They call it the Pair of Aces tree. I see a couple of hands, that's great. It's always really interesting, and in fact, I asked Ben this question. I don't want to, bore people and cover a bunch of information that folks already know, and I've been deeply immersed in work around adverse childhood experiences for so long, I sort of take for granted that, everyone knows about this. And it is quite amazing to me when I'm in a room, particularly with educators, that's my kind of niche area in terms of training, and I ask a room, how many of you have heard of adverse childhood experiences? Still, to this day, even though this is research from the late 90s, there are many people that have never heard of ACEs or adverse childhood experiences or that body of research and the significance of that. So thank you for sharing a little bit more with me about your familiarity. What's really interesting about this image here is the stuff that you see on the top around the tree. That is, again, related to that original research from the late 90s around adverse childhood experiences. This idea that if these things have happened to you before the age of 18, that there are connections and impacts to your later health outcomes, which do impact at a community level as well. And what we now know through more research and additional conversations about the mechanism of the why behind those health impacts, that we start to understand the things that are, I call them the soil conditions, which are in this picture, in the soil, if you will. And these are the community conditions, the community environments. We often are asked when we cover ACE's research about, well, what about bullying? What about racism? What about this? What about poverty? And so the good news, weirdly, word choice there, but the good news is the expanded definition of trauma that SAMHSA now uses and promotes goes well beyond the original adverse childhood experiences. It really is rooted in the mechanism of why that has such significant impacts, and it really allows us to have a broader conversation that is truly representative of what you see in this picture here, that it's not just about the individual and family level trauma, it's trauma within the community environments as well. This really is the why behind how Kitsap Strong was formed. And so I'm going to take us forward to this next image here, and particularly what you see on, I guess it would be your right-hand side here. I know it's really small and it's not super important that you see all of the words within that pie, but it's this notion of the understanding, and Kitsap Strong really was formed out of the public health priorities process. So it was about, 2014, 15 that process really evolved to a place where Kitsap County partners involved in that said, adverse childhood experiences is our largest public health challenge, and we want to mobilize around that. So we're really fortunate that Kitsap Public Health is one of those leaders in that work, as well as the United Way, Kitsap Community Foundation, and the Skokomish Foundation. And the Kitsap Community Foundation came together through this process to say, we really need to mobilize around this if we want to actually go way upstream in prevention and prevent adverse childhood experiences so that we see less of the impacts. And that relates to the image that you see on the right. The oil slick, if you will, is representative of the percentages related to calculations in public health called population attributable risk calculations. And for you public health people, you're like, yeah, I know what that is. For you non-public health people that you're like, what did she just say? In a nutshell, it's the connection of ACEs to these health challenges. So I'll just point out one, for instance, that is really relevant for you here in your conversations today. This one. It's part of a real large part of that oil slick, is IV drug use. And the percent that you see there is 78%. So when you look at the calculation, the relationship between adverse childhood experiences explaining, if you will, 78% of IV drug use is really pretty powerful. So if you were to see all of the words in that pie, it's mental illness, anxiety, suicide attempts, alcoholism, life dissatisfaction, abusing painkillers. I mean, it's a lot of the community challenges of why we're here today and why we come together in communities to try to come up with solutions to mitigate these community challenges. So if this demonstrates that critical importance of why we should all care about adverse childhood experiences, this really is pretty motivating to mobilize a community, why this is all of our problem, and why we all have a piece in the puzzle, if you will, to combat this challenge. So that is our why of Kitsap Strong in the early years of mobilizing around the idea, what would happen if we were educating more people about the power of this research, the connection, the prevalence of trauma, the impacts of trauma, and then how do we mitigate trauma with resilience building strategies? What would that look like if we did that in a community way? What I'm going to go through here really quickly, because that's not really the gist of this presentation today, but it is important to understand the how we do our work at a macro level is rooted in a framework called collective impact. And often when people talk about collective impact just as words without understanding the framework, it gets confused sometimes with community coalitions, community groups, committee work, and it really is very different. And it's different because it mobilizes around these simple rules, if you will. You're bringing people together to develop a common agenda. So it's not, for instance, that Kitsap Strong, in terms of a backbone team, which I am one of them, says, here's what we should do, community, are you on board or not? This actually means you're co-creating this with your community partners. So the mobilizing comes together with everyone to say, what is our common agenda? What is this about for us? And what's our common agreement to that? We also develop shared measurements. And so if we are successful in our mobilizing around our common agenda, what will this look like? And we often ask the question, what will this look like if all people in Kitsap are flourishing? And that's what's driving, in essence, the gauge of our shared measurements. You also have mutually reinforcing activities. So it's this idea and notion that everything that fits within this collective impact initiative somehow contributes as a mutually reinforcing activity to that common agenda. Continuous communication and backbone support are two other critical pieces of collective impact. Backbone support is just simply the staff, if you will, that keeps that mobilizing energy going. We have so many funny analogies over the years about we're the Sherpas, if you will, going up the mountain with the rest of the people, taking the journey. We're the scaffolding at a construction scene that just provides the support till things are going. The glue, if you will, within a structure. So however you think of backbone support, it's this idea and notion that there are people that are helping keep things moving without it being tied to an actual organization. So our common agenda, and again, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these details, but just context for the vision and story of how we ended up with something like Handle with Care. Our common agenda, and again, this was co-created with all of those community partners that were involved in at the table in those early years, helping all people flourish, specifically to improve the well-being and educational attainment of Kitsap residents through a focus on empowerment and equity, the prevention of ACEs, and the building of resilience. So you can see how large of a scope that is. And when you ask the question, what would all people flourishing look like? This was a really grueling, long process with all of the folks that were mobilized in partner organizations. In fact, there were 26 organizations across sectors that made up and still make up the leadership committee, the leadership table of this collective impact initiative. Essentially, and again, I won't read all of these to you, but there are 6 things that at the time in 2017, we said, if all people were flourishing, what would we see in the data? What would be our evidence to know? And you'll see that there are measures both for adult and for youth. Interestingly, 3 of these 6 do relate to youth and education outcomes as well. We do believe that if all people were flourishing, we would see better education outcomes in our youth across the board for all youth, right? So that's where the equity through line is for us, is that we see, just as we do in every other sector, that there are disparities in outcomes for populations of people by race, by income, by ability, and all of those things. Mutually reinforcing activities. So here's your just quick glance at how we've organized ourselves. So I'm going to call this a little bit more of the micro, how do we do our work? So macro is collective impact, is the approach that Kitsap County chose to mobilize around this. And then a little bit more at the micro level, because it is so very, very broad, it's like, boy, everybody has a place to belong in this community mobilization around all people flourishing. And so we had to organize smaller networks, if you will, groups of people that were engaging in specific areas of all people flourishing. And we have 5. Central to our work in the very beginning was the one that you see at the top, called NEAR Education. And for those that are not familiar with NEAR as an acronym, it stands for Neuroscience, Epigenetics, ACEs, and Resilience. It is a bundle of science that has a lot of depth to each one of those letters. And it was put together, in a curriculum that is fairly well known here in Washington, where folks are sharing NEAR sciences as far and wide as we can. And that really is the impetus for the power of knowledge to develop insight, to then develop strategies and structures that are informed by that. So I won't go over all of the network pieces today, but one that you're going to hear about is specifically relates to our Graduate Strong work, which is the education focused. That's where most of our schools show up, and that is where most of you all would likely show up in this space, working with youth in terms of all youth flourishing. So that tends to be the place where folks gravitate to. So our approach, here's what we believe. We believe that if we can change how organizations and people think, and we do that by imparting knowledge so that what you see on the left is connected to the right. By the way, credit to our friends in Walla Walla. That is their image on the right, the KISS model. And we are great friends with them, and we always have a philosophy here in Kitsap is that A, we want to make new mistakes. So we love learning from other people. We want to make new mistakes, not the same mistakes. And others, if you've already come up with something really fabulous, why would we spend time reinventing that? So we want to use that as a launch often, and then take things to the next level, and then share with others so that others can benefit from that model as well. So what you see on the right is Walla Walla. We did not design that. Our interpretation, or the words, if you will, which you see on the left, is this idea, again, if we change how organizations and people think, then we can change how organizations and people feel, which then ultimately results in changing behavior, changing how people act, and then ultimately we believe that that gets us to a place where all individuals in our community can thrive. A note to share with you about this approach. This approach was originally designed to be about organizations. So this theory of change, if you will, around this approach, we were very focused on organizations, and particularly organizations that serve kids and families. So whether they are schools or social services or any other service provider within our community, we believe that, and I like to use this analogy about when your pipes at home are leaking water, you don't try to do something about, you do try to do something about the water, but you don't try to fix the water. You call a plumber to fix the pipe, right? And then, in essence, the water is no longer leaking. We look at systems change much the same way. So as organizations and systems are serving people, we look at that as the pipe needing to be fixed or mended or transformed so that the people are no longer leaking out, right? So it's this approach of organizational culture change through the lens of new knowledge and developing insight. So if I'm an individual working at an organization serving kids and families, and my mental model is such that is counter to what we know in the near sciences around neuroscience, epigenetics, ACEs, and resilience, I'm not going to be helping transform that system through reinforcing policies and practices that don't serve kids and families well, or all of them well. And so the idea here is that if individuals within an organization have an opportunity to develop a mental model shift, the way in which they're viewing the world around them through new knowledge, then I'm going to start maybe as an individual within an organization behaving and acting differently. And if enough of us are doing that within an organization to develop true culture change, we start to see different policies and practices emerge, which ultimately then gets us to a place of systems transformation. This is long game work. This is not the idea that you come in and do a training for an organization and all of a sudden they become trauma informed and change everyone's life. Sometimes it happens that quick for individuals, but more often than not, we find that we need repeated exposure. And again, it comes back to this KISS idea of new knowledge is not the only thing that it takes to change systems. New knowledge, you're learning something today. I'm sure you've learned many things today from many of our speakers. That doesn't necessarily mean that just hearing this information today is enough to change your mental model in the way in which you view something or way you believe in something. So often we have to create environments that allow people to make meaning of the information and have experiences that help develop that insight. So we spend a lot of time in the community talking about, conversely, what does community resilience look like? You can't imagine the unimaginable sometimes when you don't have a picture of that. So this is a newer image that came out from Center for Community Resilience to really be the antidote, if you will, to show in a visual picture what would a tree, the Paravasis tree, look like if we were talking about resilience, community resilience. So the things that we would see, of course, at the individual level on the top, and the soil conditions, which again, this is big P policy work and big systems transformation that does not happen overnight, but we know we're working towards that. So articulating community resilience looks like this for us. How our approach looks is a lot of training, especially in the early years. So when we started in 2017, most people knew Kitsap Strong to be the ACEs people. That's what we were referred to, and you know, we'll take it. However and whatever's going to get us in the door to share this information that we think is so critical and so powerful and so motivating. And again, back to that oil slick, when you can get people to pay attention to why we should all care about the definition of trauma, the prevalence of that in our communities, and the impacts by way of that pie, it's really pretty motivating to people. So most of our impact, if you will, and you look at our impact reports each year, it's outputs in terms of the number of people educated, right? So we needed to mobilize enough people to feel compelled to act or begin changing their actions based on that new information, that science, if you will. So let's get a little bit more into the weeds about, and I promise I am getting to handle with care here in a moment, but the backstory is important for how this came to be in our community. We have spent a lot of time within the Graduate Strong realm of our work, and it's trying to figure out how do we create those opportunities to make meaning of the research and the science around trauma with our educators, with our education system, because our young people spend so much time in our education environments, and we feel that that's a really powerful lever as a place to begin changing mental models so that students have different experiences within that education system. And so we developed something called Trauma Sensitive Schools Collaborative Learning and Academy. And what this is a year-long learning journey. So school teams actually apply to participate, and we have funds where we're basically paying them to learn, which I know sounds really funny, but this is another really interesting approach that we have in our work, is that for the good of the order is just not a realistic assumption that people are going to invest the time that it takes to really create a learning journey, a meaningful learning journey. And within our education system, we know there are constraints and barriers like who's going to teach my class if I'm out, you know, for 3 hours once a month. And so really looking at all of those potential barriers and creating opportunities by way of grants and stipends that support their time out of class to be able to join us. So we meet with these school teams for once a month for 3 hours. And we have a team. We actually partner with our local ESD 114, the Student Services Department, to put on this Collaborative Learning Academy where there's a team. And we are training them about that bundle of science. So we are training teachers about neuroscience and epigenetics and adverse childhood experiences, defining trauma, which this is a really interesting, magical conversation with many educators, because ACEs has had so much attention for so long, assuming that they know about that, that we get tripped up a little bit in labeling students and making assumptions about, well, I know about that kid's life and I don't think they have any ACEs, so surely this is not what we're talking about. They have behavior challenges, they're not doing well in school, I mean, on and on and on and on. Then the power, of course, of when ACEs comes into the picture, then we start to see an equally slippery slope in terms of teachers saying, well, they're a high ACEs kid, or they're a low ACEs kid, or I don't know their ACEs score, so I'm not really sure that I can help them. So we spend a lot of time in this learning environment sort of removing that to say you don't need to know A, if there's a trauma narrative at all, and B, if there is, you don't really need to know in your role as an educator what the ins and outs of that are. What would that look like if we were crafting an environment within our school systems that the universal truth was pretty much probably everybody's coming to school with some not okay stuff? And certainly that was true before COVID. And if it's even more true, right? Because even, I mean, I don't think there's any person in here that I could say, did you have impacts, traumatic impacts from a global pandemic of the last 3 years? I don't think you're gonna find anyone that says, nope, I was unscathed, no big deal. Bring it on. And our kids have even more compacted impacts from that just in the school environment alone. So this has become much more real for people in terms of recognizing what trauma actually is beyond the definition of those 10 ACEs, in terms of the significance of how widespread that is. So why it's important for you to understand the work we've been doing around collaborative learning academies is that for the last 5 years, schools in Kitsap have been deeply immersed in this transformational work around understanding the definition of trauma, the prevalence, the impacts, and then conversely, what do I do about it? So as a teacher, what kind of environment do I need to be creating to mitigate that and create some resilience building opportunities at an individual level for my students, but then also as a community in our school environment. This is one of the videos that's embedded in here, by the way. So if you're curious, like what is this Collaborative Learning Academy, what does that look like? There's like a pitch video, basically, it's about 9 minutes. After the very first year, we wanted teachers and administrators to actually talk about, and so it's filmed in schools, to see what some of this looks like in terms of trauma-informed practices in schools. So I share all of that to finally get to what I'm really here to talk about today, or was asked to talk about, in terms of Handle with Care. If I just told you about Handle with Care without the backstory, the really fun part about how we started Handle with Care in Kitsap, it came from a place out of that trauma-informed work. So remember how I said in the very beginning, everybody knew us of the ACEs people. We were out just talking to anyone who would listen, doing lots of trainings. One of those individuals who was involved in many of our trainings in the early year happened to be the Kitsap County Sheriff at the time. He's retired now. And so he really was just captivated by this. He had that mental model shift, if you will, and it really changed the way in which he viewed the world around him, and in particular his field of law enforcement, just how layered the impact is if you think about the complexity of not only individuals and how they do their work, but also looking at the individuals that they are often interacting with to have a different mindset in terms of compassion and empathy for what people are showing up in our communities like. And so because he was bought into this, if you will, he had read an article many years ago, and it mentioned Handle with Care. And it mentioned Handle with Care in terms of the original, and this is the other video that you are welcome to watch. It's West Virginia's video about Handle with Care and their story of how it started. But back in 2013, in West Virginia, Handle with Care was created, and interestingly, it was created in the opposite direction. It was law enforcement that felt really compelled due to drug epidemic and gang and guns. They said, you know, we've got to do something about preventing this because we're seeing the fallout of all of this, and the kids, particularly impact on the kids. And so they approached the schools and said, could we partner? And the schools there hadn't really done any of this work, so it was very foreign to them, and how they would contribute and collaborate. Interestingly, it was the opposite direction for us, that our schools were mobilized for quite some time, but this was new for law enforcement in our region. And so born was Handle with Care in 2013. And since 2013, Handle with Care, and you'll see an image here that shows you how widespread Handle with Care as a program, a policy and a program has become since that time. And the dark blue states that you see are where they've actually passed state law. So Handle with Care has become integrated into state policy to either mandate that people participate or somehow dictate how the program is running. The other stars that you see just give you an idea for interest, development phase, and active programming. So they now have a conference, a annual conference that they bring people together because this is becoming such a big endeavor. So you see that there are quite a bit of stars in Washington, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. So why Handle with Care? So I hope that you're making some connections in terms of the journey of how we got to this place. But when our sheriff, for instance, said, you know, I understand the neurosciences, I understand the impact of our community and the importance of preventing childhood adversity, building resilience, mitigating this, handle with care to him was like a no-brainer. This is such an important layered part of the strategy of providing a community of care for our young people that are experiencing that not okay stuff. I think we should do this here. But the official parts, if you will, of Handle with Care, if you read things that are out there online, it relates to these three things. Prevalence, we know that the prevalence from national surveys indicate that 60% of American children have been exposed to violence, crime, or abuse. So that's a pretty significant amount. And we know that in many of our communities, those rates are higher. And the impact. So for some children, we know that these experiences result in a trauma response that can lead to a cascade of social, emotional, and academic difficulties that interfere with their ability to learn at school. And the outcomes of that, we know that when those things are happening in school, the trajectory of those children often result in a really deeper, darker place than it started to begin. Whether that's school failure, truancy, suspension, expulsion, dropping out, involvement in drugs, other sorts of coping mechanisms, again, rooted in that trauma response. So that's the impacts of trauma. And then last, mitigating. What would that look like if we could mitigate some of those impacts of trauma for those children through something as simple as a Handle with Care program? So what is Handle with Care? So Handle with Care is really beautiful in its simplicity. Handle with Care is the idea that a school would have a heads up about a child that's been identified at the scene of a traumatic event. So most of the time we're thinking about traumatic event in terms of something really, violent perhaps, and again, the ACEs definition, I want to expand your thinking here a little bit, because it's the mechanism of what's happening in our stress response. So when our cortisol and our amygdala flip on the reaction in our bodies about something not being safe or something being really scary, it's that dictates the impacts later. It's not the actual type of trauma per se, it's the trauma response that happens. And so we also have to think about times where dad has a heart attack, for instance, and the fire department comes in and I'm in the corner and I'm watching everything and this is really super scary, I don't understand. Regardless of what the outcome of that situation, the experience in and of itself is pretty traumatic to a child. And so this really becomes a wider scope of recognizing, again, the mechanism of that trauma response and what would happen if the school had noticed that something had happened in that child's life through a simple Handle with Care notice. So a first responder, and in Kitsap, we have created a program that involves our fire and EMS as well as law enforcement. You will see some models, West Virginia just started with law enforcement only. So you'll see varied models in terms of who's involved in that. But nonetheless, a first responder, based on how that program has been designed in the community, sends the school district an email that simply says Handle with Care in the subject line and the name of the student in the body of the message. That is it. No other information is shared. So there's not a burden of sort of what can I share, what can't I share, and getting in trouble with regulations around privacy, not taking a whole lot of time, right, to craft a very detailed message. It's simply Handle with Care and the student's name. Where does the email go? So schools, and remembering Kitsap, we had been doing a lot of work with our schools. They were thrilled when they heard about Handle with Care because they always said things like, gosh, CLA participants that have been on a year-long learning journey, changing their policies, changing their practices, becoming trauma-informed, the natural response was always, we're just the school. What can we do outside of the school, though? There's so much help and support in our community. Wouldn't that be nice if there was more partnership and support for our young people and families outside of what we can do here at school? So they were thrilled. And so what happens when the school district gets the email is it goes to a designated person. And again, these are protocol that are developed on the school side of things. That school district staff then forwards the notice to the appropriate need-to-know staff at the student's school. And what that looks like for elementary is different than secondary. So elementary is fairly easy, if you will. They have one teacher most of the day. So the notice goes to that primary teacher, of course, and the school counselor, the school nurse, and the principal, whomever they've deemed is the team, if you will. And then in secondary, of course, we're talking about more teachers getting that notice. So what happens when the school staff get that email? So this is a really important piece to differentiate the variations of Handle with Care. So when you read about West Virginia, that's been around for 10 years now, or other states that have been at this for a lot longer, they have what I'm going to say are more sophisticated versions of Handle with Care, where they have an active intervention component to Handle with Care. So I just want to note that is different than what we have in Kitsap at this point, and it's because we're still building the plane as we're flying it. We are not yet to cruising altitude, let's just put it that way. And so we have what I call a passive awareness version of Handle with Care. So this relates to what you see on the slide here, is what happens when the school staff get those Handle with Care emails. They are advised, and remember there's training that goes into this, both for the school side, law enforcement, fire, in developing their protocol, but they are not to approach the student to say, oh my gosh, I got a Handle with Care notice, what happened to you? That would defeat the entire purpose, and in fact could risk what we know as counter to being trauma informed, is to re-traumatize unintentionally. It's not about your intentions. We would never want to do that, but sometimes without proper sort of protocol and supports in place, we are at risk of re-traumatizing students. So the passive awareness, what does this look like? Let's just say that, I'm just gonna share a story, for instance, of what that might look like in a Handle with Care situation versus not, and how different the subtlety of a passive awareness could mean for a student in terms of how they're treated or how the interactions are with school staff that day. So I'm a teacher and I don't have a Handle with Care notice, but I see Susie is sleeping in the back of class again. I'm so irritated, it's so triggering for me. And I'm gonna like bust her chops about it, right? So, hey Susie, wake up and you need to get to the principal's office. You know, there's a punitive approach to that, right? And you know, that's human nature sometimes. We all have triggers, whether we're parents, teachers, however our interactions are with people, we have things like that that just set us off. Now, if I have a Handle with Care notice and I see Susie sleeping in the back, just the simple act of having the Handle with Care notice, the way in which I view that behavior, I'm now in a position where I'm like, something has happened that is explaining the behavior that I'm seeing in front of myself right now. So rather than approach that in a punitive way, I might still want to address the situation, but I might walk over instead of yelling in front of the class in a more empathetic, compassionate way, go over and say, hey Susie, I notice you appear to be tired. Why don't you go check in at the nurse's office? So that looks and feels very, very different. And how do you think Susie feels in terms of that interaction in this one versus this one? And why this becomes important is all of the research and data, which I know Jason told us present the data, but I'm going to shortcut this here, is we know that kids that experience those punitive environments within an education system, whether it's for academics, their behavior, their attendance, the outcomes for those kids that end up in all of those reports are usually not good. The trajectory for them gets worse and worse and worse each time they have a punitive situation. So this is a really interesting ability to perhaps change that trajectory for some of these students who are caught up into that punitive approach within education, to say, is there another way to support that student to be able to say, you know, you can have an extra day for your test, or I'm not gonna bust you for sleeping, you know, I'm gonna send you to the nurse's office to see what kind of support. While this is not designed at this moment to be an active intervention where we would necessarily intervene by connecting with the family or sending them to the school counselor to find out what kind of support they need, inevitably what we start to see, and these are stories that you will hear from our school staff say, just sending to the nurse's office, what do you think happened then in the nurse's office as the nurse is, again, exercising empathy and compassion, not about handle with care, but, you know, what's going on. I think we heard someone else say that today too. Instead of what's wrong with you, what's going on with you, is a very different approach. And we all know that young people usually are like, whoa, and they might tell you unsolicited about what's going on. So it's not that we can't actively intervene or provide additional supports for whatever the family might need for whatever happened, but that's not the original intention in terms of active intervention. So what is this looking like here in Washington? So there is great interest in Washington at this point. So I made my own little map. This is my own, not the national one was handled with care, but in Washington, you can see that the red triangles are sites and counties and locations that are actually implementing handle with care. And there are coordinator type people like me within each of those locations starting to coalesce as a statewide group on what would this look like to actually become like the national map if Washington was to have a statewide policy where there could be some protocol around this across the state. And more importantly, resources to support it. There is no funding for this program at this point, and so it's really due to whatever community partners are mobilizing around this within a community and feel compelled to develop this into a program as a strategy for their larger work. Here are just logos of our partners. So we have 6 school districts that we serve within the Kitsap Strong region, all of the Kitsap districts, and then it was mentioned earlier that North Mason is within our region. So North Mason, which is how I was connected to these fine folks from this event today. So it is the school district and their respective law enforcement and fire and EMS have all come to the table to agree to participate in this program. And as I mentioned, cruising altitude, which we're not quite there, it just simply means that the degree of implementation for some of these partners is not quite to 100%. So it might mean that there's like one, officer, for instance, in a department, or it might be reliant on the SRO, which is not a real strategic model. I mean, there are some benefits to that, but there are some unintended consequences of notices not being sent when school's not in session, or if there's not an active SRO. We've clearly seen a movement where some schools don't even have SROs. So there's a little bit of a gap relying on that. But nonetheless, these are all of our partners. What is our role in Kitsap Strong? So I mentioned this earlier. We are acting as a convener. So I meet with all of the partners quarterly, just for the simple sake of getting together to say, how is it going? What are the successes? What are the challenges? What are the things we're not thinking about that are coming up as you implement this? So we troubleshoot together. Then I work with the state and the national folks in terms of the Handle with Care program and community to be able to bring that back to see if we can make our work better. Facilitator, so often it's actually not common around here. Our school districts, I find, have really good existing partnerships with fire and law enforcement already. Lots of school safety initiatives that have those relationships in existence already. But if they're not for some reason, then I help act as a facilitator. Sometimes I say it's a little bit like translation services when you work with schools. Schools have lots of acronyms and different policies and just different ways of thinking, and so often it's helpful to have someone that kind of knows both languages that can interpret things for each other. Trainer, so we were just in a position where our sheriff's office, who serves all of the school districts, said, we've been muddling through this for a little bit now, and it's because not everybody is at the same place in understanding the why behind Handle with Care and why this is such an important community-based strategy. Would you come in and do a small training, like an hour-long introductory ACEs training, so that they understand what trauma is, the prevalence of it, the impacts, and that is the root for the why of Handle with Care? Would you do that for our entire staff? And so we just spent 3 days through the entire staff, from front desk staff to road patrol, and anything in between. So we do that as well. And then resources. So we are constantly seeking materials and creating toolkits and a repository of things that our partners can use to have at their fingertips so that they're not having to be the ones to create those. And then we're always looking and applying for funding sources to leverage within our area. Stories of impact. I mentioned a couple already about the value that the schools are seeing on how they approach behavior particularly. I also want to share just a really quick story about, and I know this will hit home for some of you, you know, most of the kiddos that are, I'm going to call them the high flyers, they're like on the radar. We know that there's equally a number of students who are off the radar but are equally struggling, and those we call the internalizers. There was a situation where I was having a conversation, this was in the very early years of Handle with Care, and one of the SROs had called me and was telling me about a story, which that part doesn't really matter, but in the story he happened to just mention something about a sibling, and it caught me that he wasn't mentioning the sibling getting a Handle with Care notice. It was about this other person in question that was the focal point of the situation. And I said, did you send a Handle with Care notice for the sibling? And he said, no, I didn't really think about that because, gosh, you know, I'm in a position to know that student, and they're like a stellar student, they're high achieving, they're an amazing athlete, they're popular. And I said, well, can I ask you to think about this? In your role, because you are an SRO and you're connected with schools, so you hear this more than other law enforcement, but have you ever found yourself in a situation where you're notified of a death by suicide and it's like mind-blowing to people because no one saw it coming? How many times do we hear, I never saw that coming, there were no signs, they were all of the descriptions, right? And at that moment, he just said, wow, like you've just completely changed something to challenge my thinking around the type of students that need support. And so that's another really big story of impact with something like Handle with Care, because you start to put together pieces of the puzzle sometimes. As an educator, how powerful would that be to have a Handle with Care notice, maybe repeatedly, because a lot do come repeat because there's chronic situations going on in their homes or in the community, and they start to go, wow, I'm gonna look at that student a little differently in terms of silent mentorship to check in, to figure out kind of how they're coping, because they're not presenting as what I would think needs to have this support. So there are some pretty powerful intervention opportunities even with our internalizers. And then of course the law enforcement, the training side of that has been an unintended benefit, I think, that has really opened up conversation around a sector that not only about the people that they're interacting with, but also pretty powerful to learn a little bit more about what trauma is, the prevalence and the impacts from a very personal place, and how that impacts our ability as a law enforcement professional to be able to serve in a different way, and also look at my own experiences and how I've been impacted, for instance, around trauma. So what's next? We are seeking resources to continue increasing capacity around coordination. As I mentioned, there's a statewide interest in leveraging this program at a state level, and we are hopeful. We do have a budget proviso in this cycle, and so I hope it makes its way through. I'm like on pins and needles, of course, waiting for that process. You never know what's going to happen. But look for this to become much more prominent here in Washington, and the invitations for other communities to be able to model this program as well. So on that note, there's my contact information, and I don't know how we're doing for time because I didn't have my watch on, but if we have time for questions, I'm happy to take them. Yes? Yes, North Mason is a participant in this. They're one of the ones that aren't as formalized yet. And the good news is some of this stuff was already happening. I mentioned the partnerships that school districts already have in supporting schools together. And we all know that when big stuff happens, those are, you know, obvious situations that there's already communication going on between law enforcement and fire to help support kids and families with those big situations. But we're just working on more formalization of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering, is there like a range of trauma, or is it just like, for instance, if a child watches their parents fight, and then the dad goes to jail, and that kind of scenario, is that something that's considered enough trauma to handle?
Yeah, that's a really great question. This actually came up a lot in the very beginning of conversation around what an MOU would look like. And interestingly, it was our school partners that said, because you've got, you know, law enforcement saying, well, the subjectivity of trauma, is that really traumatic or not? And the general answer to that is you don't need to decide. The good news is you don't need to decide because you're not going to know. What is traumatic to one person might not be traumatic to another, and that comes with what we know about protective factors and resiliency that's, you know, that we already have at our disposal. And so we've always just said, it doesn't matter, just send the notice. Our school partners reinforced that because they said, we don't want you to decide, like, you know, you have an important part of the piece of the puzzle here, that when a child is coming to school and we don't understand what we're seeing in front of us, just knowing that something happened for a law enforcement response at their house or in the community, same thing with fire and EMS, that's helpful. So schools reinforced that message. Yes, please send it, is what they said, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, yes? How does what? How does it? Oh, they could call or email me just for the roots of kind of how, I mean, you've got to have some buy-in from some organizations locally that are willing to come to the table, but I have been able to, we helped Clallam get theirs going, so I'm always happy to have conversations and go into a meeting if they've got a coalition of sorts that's interested as a starting place just to do a presentation about the program. I'm happy to do that. And there are other people across the state too, so I can always put people in contact with other coordinators. Yes?
You have a question. Is the handle with care only coming from first responders, or is there also the ability somehow to come from people in the community who maybe are seeing these things and a first responder isn't seeing?
That's a really great question. So handle with care by design is not intended for that. But I do know that that has been a conversation that has come up a lot, and not even with just community members, but we've had the question of what about other organizations, like for instance we have a sexual assault center and support services within Kitsap, and they're like, well, what if we started sending the notices? And then it gets tricky because it's like, oh, they're sending a notice, inherent in them sending a notice, you kind of now have information. That's really counter to, again, the anonymity of what the trauma is. I do know, and this isn't exactly what you're asking, but there is the development of a tip line happening here in Washington, and they are getting ready to do a lot of community outreach about what the tip line will receive and then refer. So that could be a space potentially that develops into something like what you're asking about. Yes.
Do you contact one of the parents or some family members of the case or what?
So that is not how this version of Handle with Care is set up to work at this point. So it is meant to be the passive awareness. So there's no active approach to the student or the family about what has happened. Sometimes it just happens naturally, and then that's different, right? Everybody's got protocol in place in terms of providing supports, but it's really important to mention that it wasn't because of Handle with Care. I mean, I'm probably not telling you anything that you don't already know when you get into HIPAA and all sorts of rules and regulations, protection of children's rights. There's a whole RCW around that. And so Handle with Care by design was created to be very simplistic in terms of no information is shared through the vehicle of Handle with Care. The power of it really comes in more compassion and empathy in terms of our education environments, where our education folks that are working on being trauma-informed, trauma-sensitive, it's another layer that helps reinforce the work we've been doing with them on what that looks like in how you interact with kids, how you support kids. Yes?
Would this be something where parents have been provided notification?
I love that question.
Going on. Actually, my son's small university had a program like this.
Yeah.
And they said, just notify us, we'll
Yeah.
notify the teachers. And so I actually had to do that.
Yeah.
For something, and they were fantastic. So I was
Yeah.
wondering about
I love that question. That has actually come up a lot, and one of the stories of impact that I forgot to share is, and again, no one brought this to my attention except for it was my role as a parent. I saw a teacher in there, hey, this is the beginning of the school year, here's my protocol, blah, 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 you know, that teachers do in the beginning of the year with parents. And I noticed there was a blurb in her intro that said, you know, I believe that what's happening outside of school has an impact on the education environment. And I want you to feel that you could send me an email, and it said Handle with Care. So it wasn't part of this formal program, but that teacher loved the concept and wanted to have an informal way for parents to have direct communication, which we all know, I mean, we can do this already. It doesn't take the formal structure of Handle with Care. Handle with Care is bringing a formality to agencies and organizations to really do something that we should be doing with each other anyhow, is like, here's how I'm showing up today in this space. And if kids aren't able to say that, great. If the parents are sharing that with the teacher, and if the teacher's inviting that, even better, because you know that that's going to be an environment where that teacher's concerned about compassion and empathy and safety, that felt sense of safety in the class, and often that comes with just seeing me for how I'm showing up today. So informally, that is happening actually a lot. People are using the informal version of Handle with Care to just invite that notification as an individual teacher with parents. So yes, let's do more of that. Yes? Yeah, I mean, Handle with Care really is a community initiative. So if I'm hearing there's energy in the room here, I would challenge you to reach out to me and let's talk about how do we get the right people at the table. And it does take, the one challenge, as I said, there's not funding for this program. Some entity or some individual has to serve in this capacity where I said this. What's my role? So Kitsap Strong is serving as the convener, the facilitator, the trainer, and trying to find resources. And that's just my time. And our community feels that this fits within the work around mobilizing of prevention of trauma. And so my time is supported to spend on this project. So that's the one challenge that you might run into, is in your community, is there an entity that is willing to maybe serve as this to get it up and running? We've not run into really anybody when you have a community conversation about this that says, nope, that sounds like a bad idea, we don't want to participate. We haven't run into that. I mean, there are logistical challenges and barriers that all roads end up leading back to money somehow, right? It's like we don't have the capacity, we don't have the infrastructure. Right now we're using like old school in terms of they have to send an actual email. And so for us, it means that there are 6 email addresses, one for each district. And so the law enforcement entity has to know all 6 of those, for instance, and remember them and have them on their person. So one of the things we're working on trying to get some resources for is some technological infrastructure. San Diego County uses an app, a web-based app, that makes the life of the reporter, the notifier, a heck of a lot easier. It's on their device, which they all have them in the field, and they would select a drop-down menu, push send, and it's done, right? They don't have to remember emails, it goes right there. So we're working on some of those efficiencies that are sometimes capacity barriers. So I don't want to say that you're not going to run into any of those, but in concept, we've not run into anyone that says we shouldn't do this, this is a bad idea. Yes?
So when a student has a notification for Handle with Care, is there any other connections that are provided for that student or that family, not directly to or specific to the trauma? Or does something have to happen for that to trigger that kind of connection? So for example, say a student maybe isn't showing up to class and he has a Handle with Care. Are there parents or family, or is there like a connection that is provided for them? Maybe they reach out to the parent, or they provide some information about maybe an advocacy group. Is that part of the program, or is this just simply the awareness for those teachers and that team?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's various iterations of this across the country. So ours in Kitsap, because we're new-ish and not to cruising altitude, we would like to get to a fidelity place where everyone is actually doing Handle with Care before we start layering in those active intervention components. So we're keeping it simple, keeping it basic to get everybody on the same page in terms of just passive awareness at this point. I will tell you though that if you talk to our schools, it's very rare that a Handle with Care notice happens in isolation. There's usually, like the situation you said, someone's not at school for several days. I'm not going to say that the school response to that would be different if a Handle with Care was in place or not, but it might be in reality. And so having that might make them work a little harder to make contact with the family under the guise of like absenteeism, you know, interventions. Without leading with Handle with Care. Hey, we got a Handle with Care notice, what's going on? So they approach it differently, but they might work a little harder to make connections with the kid and family. Yeah. Okay, we good? All right, thank you so much you guys for your time. This has been great.
Thanks, Allison. We'll take just a couple-minute break here as we switch over. Get started again here, kick off our next speaker. T-minus 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27.
You're going to read my whole long bio? You're going to call me a bird nerd in public?
I was actually most excited about that.
Did you like that one?
Yes. I was going to expand, but I was like... 10, 9. Just kidding. Okay, all right. Excellent. So I have the pleasure and honor to introduce a professional peer, a former colleague, and most importantly, somebody that I consider a friend, Christina Moller-Shin. She's been working in harm reduction since 2006 in an array of settings. She has worked for Mason County Public Health and Human Services for the last 5 years as a health specialist, developing and expanding many behavioral health programs, all centered around preventing morbidity and mortality for people who use drugs. Christina's current scope of work include conducting overdose surveillance, a comprehensive overdose prevention education and naloxone distribution program, Mason County's syringe service program, and coordination of a grant between 4 partners that implemented a substance use disorder program in the county jail and a recovery peer navigator at Mason Health. In her free time, Christina is a bird nerd and plant lover who enjoys travel and spending time with her dogs. Please help me welcome Christina Moller-Shin.
Thank you, Abe. I would first like to thank the Skokomish tribe for welcoming us here on this beautiful facility here, and for the beautiful blessing in the beginning, and for opening us up in a good way. Thank you to Ben and Shelley for hosting this event and for all of the speakers. Today we will be talking about fentanyl, some kind of fentanyl 101 and some local trends. And I have contact information here, so please do not hesitate to reach out. I wanted to give a heads up that the next slide is going to contain a photo of some substances, some drugs with fentanyl. I don't know who's in the room, so I always like to give folks a heads up in case that might be hard for folks to look at. And we will be talking about overdose and sensitive subjects. I know a lot of people in the room have been affected personally by this, so be kind to yourself and be good, and just know that you're in good company. So, first of all, why are we talking about fentanyl today? Almost all of us, I'm sure, have heard about fentanyl in the news. It has been really inundated by us in the last couple of years, and there's good reason for that. What is fentanyl? So first of all, there's been a huge community response and ask in the past year or two for fentanyl, especially around youth and fentanyl. We've heard lots of things going on in our community. Some of us have been personally affected by some events that happened last year. And we have really been mobilizing to respond to that and hopefully be being proactive in as much as a way that we can. But there's also a lot of misinformation about fentanyl in the news and in the media. So hopefully we can dispel some myths. So what is opioid? Opioid is a very, very, very strong synthetic opioid. So opioids are a set of kind of analgesic medications. They've been used for thousands and thousands of years to treat pain. But there's a big difference about what we're hearing in the news. So there's pharmaceutical fentanyl, which is the fentanyl coming from your pharmacy, prescribed from doctors, generally for end-of-life care for terminal cancer patients, people with very significant chronic pain. And then there's illicit fentanyl, and that's really what the problem is from. So I want to make a very clear distinction that when we're talking about fentanyl and the impact fentanyl has had on overdoses, we're not talking about the fentanyl that's coming from pharmacies. I've heard a lot of fear from people whose doctors have recommended fentanyl as a pain medication, saying, oh no, no, no. I have a personal experience with that. My father passed away from cancer, but in his time during treatment, he was in severe pain. He was on so many medications, and the doctor said, we think fentanyl could be a really good match for you. And my parents said, no way.
we hear what fentanyl is doing in the community. We do not want this, you know? And luckily they had me as their daughter to say, no, it's safe. If you're taking it as prescribed, it's safe. So I want to make sure that if we have loved ones who might be in that situation, that we're able to share that taking fentanyl as prescribed by your physician is completely safe if you don't mix it with alcohol and other drugs. But what I'm going to be talking about from now on is illicitly made fentanyl. So illicitly made fentanyl, because it's synthetic, really any chemist can make it if they have access to the precursor chemicals, right? So there's lots of different types of fentanyl. The last I heard, which was several years ago, was there was at least 27 different types of fentanyl. We call them analogs. And each one are a little bit different. Some are very strong, some are less strong. And you know, we're really seeing it coming from Mexico mostly at this point. Illicit fentanyl has been around in the United States for quite a while now. When I started doing this work in 2006, it had really started to hit the East Coast. So that's when we were starting to see, you know, 10 people dying in a day in Philadelphia, et cetera. And Mason County was, well, I think I might be, yeah, Mason County was, I think, fairly protected from fentanyl, from illicit fentanyl, until a couple of years ago. I had been tracking this very closely because I have colleagues around the country. And we're finding it really in lots of substances. And this, is, I would say, is the primary illicit opioid, illicit means illegal, illicit opioid that's available in our community at this point. We are predominantly seeing it in the blue pills, which you'll see. This is from King County Public Health. They've done a lot of really amazing work around fentanyl and fentanyl education, especially for young people. So we're seeing a lot in these blue pills. When fentanyl first hit Mason County, a lot of people didn't know that fentanyl was in these pills. So there were a lot of folks thinking they were taking Oxycontin or Percocet, et cetera. So there was a big push to educating folks that pills that look like pharmaceutical pills are not what they are. Things have shifted a little bit now where I would say many people know that fentanyl is fentanyl. They know that they're using fentanyl, but we still want to make sure that this information and knowledge is spread to everyone. So at this point, we can say that fentanyl is being found in almost every single illicit drug that there is. We have a really good relationship with our coroner, so we're able to see all the toxicology reports and really catch any new trends that are coming. So we're mostly seeing it in the blue pills. We call them blues, dirty 30s, perk 30s, et cetera. And we also have it a lot in the powder form, which folks call Fetty on the street. However, we are finding it in so many other substances as well. We're seeing a pretty big influx of cocaine, fentanyl-laced cocaine, that has definitely caused some fatalities and also some non-fatalities. We're finding it in pills that look like Xanax. There was a case at a death scene where our coroner found an Adderall pill. It looked exactly like an Adderall pill. The stamp was exactly the same. You cannot tell the difference between a pharmaceutical and a counterfeit pill. And when they tested that Adderall pill, it actually was fentanyl and meth. There was no Adderall in it. So this is a huge concern because substances or pills like Xanax and Adderall are actually fairly popular with younger people, and they really don't know that what they're getting is not from a pharmacy. They think that it's safe because it looks like a pharmaceutical, right? So we really need to increase the knowledge with our younger folks of what is going on and the impact that fentanyl can have. So again, from now on, everything I'm talking about fentanyl is the illicit fentanyl, not pharmaceutical. So why is it dangerous? Why has this had such an impact on the community? And why is it so kind of scary for our younger folks especially? So I'm going to read, these are actually just complete excerpts from a research paper. I'm not plagiarizing because I'm giving them credit, but they wrote it so succinctly that I just thought it was kind of perfect as is. This is from a paper from Bantagreen and Williams from the University of Washington's, I think they changed what their acronym is, Addictions, Drug, and Alcohol Institute. And this paper came out in 2021. The paper is called Dramatic Increases in Opioid sorry, it's very small on my screen. Dramatic increase in opioid overdose deaths due to fentanyl among young people in Washington state. So again, 2021. So why is fentanyl different than other opioids? Why is it more addictive? Why is it causing more fatalities? What's going on, right? So first of all, fentanyl is a very high risk for very rapid addiction and overdose. So fentanyl is really strongly associated with much higher rates of fatal overdose among young adults than any other form of opioids in the recent past. This is really unprecedented. We have never seen such a strong kind of shift in behavior and shift in overdoses than we have now. Younger people who are less experienced with drug use may have a false sense of security using substances that look like a legal prescription. Younger people also have a tendency to underestimate personal risks compared to older adults. It only takes a very small amount of fentanyl to have a very strong effect that comes on very fast, but also recedes within minutes. So this is really different. This is one of the main differences between fentanyl and, let's say, heroin, which was our other kind of really big illicit opioid, is heroin would last quite a while. If you were a heroin user, you would generally use heroin 3 to 5 times a day, right, before you would start getting sick. Fentanyl hits so fast, so strong, and then it goes away so strong. So you're having to use more and more often, and that is turning into pretty compulsive use, where people are just constantly using because they're chasing that really strong high. So the rapid and short effect of fentanyl means that it has a very high addiction potential as well as very high overdose potential because people are using so much more. Because fentanyl causes rapid tolerance, people who use it regularly will quickly need more drug to get the equal effect. Younger adults in particular may believe they cannot become addicted to fentanyl because they're healthy, using a pill that doesn't look illegal, and they're not injecting it. So most people at this point are smoking the fentanyl, and we do have some people who are injecting fentanyl, but most of them are smoking, and there's some snorting too. So many people are becoming quickly addicted, or many people are quickly becoming addicted to opioids who have no opioid use other than fentanyl and have never injected it. And for those who are using fentanyl regularly and having bad effects like overdose, loss of control over use, and/or craving, they may well have an opioid use disorder. Fentanyl is on a trajectory to increase opioid addiction and overdose among young adults and replace heroin as the predominant opioid among those 30 and older. So as somebody who works with people in active use, that's really my scope of expertise. That's where I thrive, trying to reduce the morbidity and mortality of folks. I can definitely confirm that we really aren't seeing as much heroin anymore. Fentanyl is very easy to get. It's very accessible. It's very cheap. And what we've seen in the East Coast, which we're always a little bit behind East Coast trends, but the East Coast really doesn't have any heroin anymore. It's all fentanyl. And then some of us may have heard of xylazine in the media. We currently do not have much xylazine in Washington State or in Mason County, but I will be tracking that very diligently. So if that happens, for those of you who are not aware of what xylazine is, it has been in the media a lot. It's a large animal tranquilizer, and it's being found specifically in Philadelphia and in Puerto Rico, although it's making its way over. It has such a strong tranquilizing effect that it's a significant overdose risk, as well as having a lot of other consequences as well. But we are watching that very closely, and our coroner's tox screens are screening for xylazine, so we are tracking that very closely. So this is my biggest myth busting. I am on a crusade to bust this myth. So we have seen in the media a lot of specifically like first responders and law enforcement overdosing from touching fentanyl or being in the vicinity of fentanyl. You cannot actually overdose from touching fentanyl. It does not act that way. I have a couple papers that I've linked at the end of these slides, so if you get the PDF, you can actually look at this research on your own, but I'm gonna read some highlights. There's from the medical director for toxicology and addiction at University Hospital in Cleveland says, "We have a lot of scientific evidence and a good knowledge of chemical laws, and the way that these drugs work says that it is impossible. You cannot touch fentanyl and overdose. It just doesn't get into the air and make people overdose. So people say, but the fentanyl patches goes through our skin, right? So the fentanyl patches have been chemically altered in order to be absorbed through your skin. But for that to happen with illicit fentanyl, it would really need to be covering a very large part of your body, have moisture, and be sitting there for hours and hours and hours. So the two papers I think that I have linked at the end have some very specific information about how much environmental fentanyl would be needed to cause a toxic effect. So feel free to do that, and if you want to talk later. But I can also say one of the things that I do in my job is I track all opioid overdoses that happen in the county. So we get reports from all of our fire departments, our EMS, our hospital, and as well as the coroner reports. And I can say that in the past 5 years that I have personally been tracking this, all overdoses have been from somebody intentionally using a substance. So they might not know what it is, they might be thinking that they're using something that it's not, but we haven't had any accidental overdoses. So anecdotally, I would say if it was as easy to overdose from fentanyl, from touching it, or being in the environment as we're seeing in the media, we would be seeing a lot of that happening. And I also work with folks all over the state who do like the MEs in all of the other local health jurisdictions, and we're just not seeing that. This is not something that we're seeing in Washington state. Yes? There are videos from, I think the ones that I have seen have been from law enforcement agencies who've been like around fentanyl. So there was one video I saw where there was fentanyl in a trunk and they opened the trunk and then the officer just fell backwards and went into overdose. And so what we think is happening, or we're not seeing any verified information. There are no verified accounts of that, and I don't really know what's going on. But what we're kind of guessing, or what I'm thinking, is that people are actually, they're having a physiological response to it. It's more akin to a panic attack. So we're seeing increased respiration, increased heart rate, a lot of things that actually mimic panic attacks. Opioid overdose is very specific. Your breathing slows down, and after a while of your breathing slowing down, your breathing will stop, and then your heart might stop. So it's not, the symptoms are not similar to what an opioid overdose is. And I do, again, I mentioned the work I do with our county coroner, Jamie Taylor. We've been doing some presentations, and she knows that you cannot overdose from being around fentanyl, but she'll share that when she's around a lot of pills, sometimes she starts having a physical response. She gets flushed, she gets feared, her heart rate starts going, and she can recognize, hey, I'm not actually in jeopardy right now, but I'm so afraid because of what I've heard in the media that she actually is getting that physical response. So I think I love working with her because she's able to really be on the other side of the table. So I think that's what's going on. I don't really know. Yeah. So what are we seeing in Mason County? So I mentioned that illicit fentanyl has been in the United States for quite a while now, and it hit the West Coast, a couple of years ago, and Mason County was still kind of protected. We were seeing it in California, we were seeing it in Oregon, Washington was still kind of not seeing it, and then it kind of hit like Seattle and Eastern Washington. But we, I think, started seeing fentanyl in Mason County around 2020. And again, it wasn't as predominant, it kind of came in smaller amounts, and now it just really is extraordinarily prevalent. So, again, I mentioned that we're finding fentanyl in cocaine, we're finding it in methamphetamine, we're finding it in really any illicit drug at this point. And our overdose rates are definitely reflecting that. Our overdose rates, both fatal overdoses and our non-fatal overdoses, are reflecting that increase, right? So, but I also want us to make sure that we know that we're not alone. Our rates, we have pretty high rates of overdose here in Mason County, are reflectant of the state and of the nation. This is really a national crisis that we're having, so we're not alone in it, which can give us a little bit of solidarity, but still, when this is our community, when it's our loved ones, when it's our family members, our friends, our children, it does feel very personal. why I'm here today is because we started becoming aware of younger folks using fentanyl in 2022. So I've never really worked with young people before. I always worked with older people. Again, I work with folks who are actively using and injecting drugs. So I hadn't really worked with youth except for a long time ago. But I started being aware through some personal connections, and one of the things that we do is we have a Narcan table at the transit center. And sometimes some teenagers would come and be like, hey, I need Narcan. And I'm like, oh, you look really young, okay. But we don't ask questions, so I don't know if it's a family or not. But then I started kind of being aware of young teenagers actually using fentanyl and knowing they're using fentanyl. And that was really alarming. And so one of the things that we did, which might actually be in my later slide, but we decided, I think it was in September of last year, we had our opioid stakeholder meeting, and some people were talking, some people in this room were like, hey, we need to talk about our kids. Like, we're starting to hear this happening with our kids. So we decided to host a panel of experts to kind of talk about youth and substance use disorder. So a lot of our work is really focused on marijuana and vaping. It's not really talking about harder drugs because that wasn't such a predominant issue beforehand. And so we started really kind of being aware and having that conversation and talking to our law enforcement partners and finding out, hey, this is actually, really impacting our community. And then very heartbreakingly, we had one of our teenage community members who did pass away from an opioid overdose. And that was kind of when the community really, really responded, and they started saying, hey, we want education, we want, what are we doing about it? Can you come talk to our schools? Can you start doing other things? So we've really responded, and this was a grassroots effort. I think a lot of this was, the community was really asking for it. So we're trying to pivot and respond to it. So let's see. The truth is that most people are not using fentanyl, right? So it feels very big and very scary when we're talking about young teenagers using fentanyl and using hard drugs, and that kind of clouds our mind. And with my perspective of working with people who are using, I'm like, everyone's using fentanyl, right? And that's just not true. Most people are not using fentanyl. Most kids are not using fentanyl. Most kids are not using methamphetamine. Most kids are not really using those hard drugs. And we know this a few ways. We have the Healthy Youth Surveys, which Dr. Kilmer talked about. I have a couple of slides that show some data from the last Healthy Youth Survey. But we also have this by looking at our emergency department data. So we have a close relationship with our emergency department. They send us information and data on what substances cause overdoses and how many overdoses are. So when we're looking at young folks who are experiencing substance-related emergencies, alcohol and marijuana contribute to the vast majority of health emergencies that are happening. So this is, I think, one way that we can really track. If we were seeing a ton of young people using these drugs, we would be seeing it being reflected in the emergency department, right? So the next slides, we're going to share some information on the Healthy Youth Survey. I understand that the screen is hard for folks to see in the background. But this is a chart. This shows the past 30-day use of illegal drugs. And I don't think I wrote, so this was in 2021, and they surveyed 314 students. I don't know which schools they did. Ben can maybe jump in and share who was getting surveyed, but this is saying, have you used an illegal drug in the past 30 days? And so this shows a breakdown of 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th, and 12th. We can see that 1%, or I think it was maybe less than 1%, of 6th graders had used an illegal drug, and other illegal drugs would be methamphetamine, heroin, illicit opioids, etc. So we're not talking about marijuana or alcohol. Only 2% of 8th graders had used it, 2% of 10th graders, and the data wasn't big enough for 12th graders. So most young kids are not using illegal drugs, right? And this shows a breakdown of what substances youth had used of 10th graders. So out of the 10th grade students who were surveyed, they asked, in the past 30 days, have you used this drug? So we can see that 3% has used cigarettes, 11% alcohol, 14% has used marijuana, 1% has used prescription painkillers to get high. I'm gonna get closer again. 2% have used prescription drugs not as prescribed. 3% have used over-the-counter drugs. I'm imagining this would be like your cough syrups and your Sudafeds, which they call lean. They put some other stuff in the cough syrup and lean. And 2% have used other illegal drugs, which would be your methamphetamine, your heroin, your illicit fentanyl. So showing this data, I think the focus on alcohol and marijuana is very valid. These are the substances that younger people are using. We're not really seeing many young people using these illicit drugs, but again, one is too many, one death is too many. So I don't want to, not share that the impact that we're having with the few younger folks who are using this is having on the community, because it is devastating. I can't say how many times people have brought up the teenager who passed away last year and how much that has affected their lives. So I'm hearing that from students, I'm hearing it from kids, I'm hearing it from teachers, and I'm hearing it from the adults in our community. So, these really impact us. This is a small community. We're very close. We love each other, right? So what are we doing to address this? So first off, Mason County has had a opioid stakeholder group since I think 2017 is when it started. This is a meeting that happens every other month. It has representation from all sectors. So we have our treatment providers, we have our school districts, our Mason Transit Authority, we have public health, we have just law enforcement, et cetera. A really good working relationship. We work really well in Mason County. We're actually being recognized across the entire state from how well we're working together, and we know there's more to be done. And I do cordially invite anybody who wants to attend that meeting. It happens on the second Wednesday of every other month. So the next, well, I don't remember when the next one is, but you can contact me if you want to know. And we rotate where that happens. But if you want to get involved in kind of local work, that's one way of being involved. And I know a lot of people in this room actually go to that meeting. So we had a forum on youth and substance use for providers again in November. There was a great representation there. And then, it's very small. We also have really good partnerships between public health, behavioral health treatment providers, tribes, health providers, law enforcement, school districts, and more. We have gotten millions of grant dollars into Mason County for substance use disorder. We've been able to significantly increase our prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery support services. Thousands of Narcan kits have been distributed in the county. We have a behavioral health transportation program. For those of you who are not aware, this is a very innovative program. I don't think there's anyone else in the state that does this, but we have two programs that will actually help transport people for any substance use or behavioral health related services within county, and that's in partnership with the Paddy Wagon, so totally free of charge. And then we have another program in partnership with Gethsemane Ministries, who will drive somebody anywhere in Washington state for detox or treatment services. So transportation is something that we continued being told was a major barrier. We are so rural. Folks have a really hard time getting around. So this is one of the ways that we've responded, using really innovative and creative ways to address those needs. So we are listening. We are listening to the needs of our community. So we're always looking for other creative ways. So don't hesitate to share your ideas with us. And let's see, we have our Behavioral Health Navigator program, which is a partnership between public health and our Shelton Police Department and Mason County Sheriff's Office. And our navigator, Jamie Ellertson, raise your hand. She's really amazing. She's done some really good work, has really done an emphasis on connections to services with youth. So if you do have a young, a kid who you don't really know how to navigate the services or they need that higher level of care, please contact Jamie Ellertson. Everyone has a behavioral health resource guide in your folder. Jamie and I's phone numbers are on the front of that, so please don't hesitate to reach out to us. But we do know that gaps in services still exist for youth especially. As I'm starting to dabble and working with younger folks, I'm becoming aware of the lack of services not in Mason County, but in the entire state. We do not have appropriate responses for high-level needs, right? We have our outpatient services, et cetera, but we have a huge gap in inpatient services and 0 detox facilities for young people in the entire state. That is ridiculous. Let's see, for us, we're really starting to focus on youth services and having that conversation and seeing how Mason County can, use our resources to change things, but also working with the state. I think there's actually been some movement in the state. The state takes a long time, so don't expect anything soon. But when we had that stakeholder meeting, the forum on youth, I invited somebody from the Healthcare Authority who works in opioid use disorder treatment and expanding services, and she came, and I kind of called her out in the meeting, and I was like, well, this is, we're talking about Mason County, but this is a state issue. Our state doesn't have the resources. What are you going to do about it? And I kind of put her on the spot. So there are these, another way that you can get involved, especially if you're passionate about the youth services and the lack of youth services. The state has an state opioid and overdose response plan. They update it yearly, and it's kind of the roadmap for all of the priorities, which means when funding becomes available, that's where the funding is going to go. So it is consisted of experts and people who are, passionate. They have 7 different groups, and the goal 2 group is on expanding treatment resources. So they had a meeting 2 months ago on youth treatment, and she said they hadn't really realized it, but there are 0 goals in the entire state plan on youth treatment. 0. It's just kind of wasn't on the radar. So now they've started, it's going to be a 4-part work group, which is open now. I think it's going to start next week or next month, of folks around the state who want to focus on adolescent substance use disorder. And so they're looking for experts to kind of weigh in, but that would be one way to get involved. And you can go to the state, the response plan on the website and find the email. So Jessica Blows would be the person to contact for that. All right, we do have a overdose prevention program here. Anybody in Mason County can get free Narcan from us. We can deliver Narcan anywhere in the county. We're anonymous, we're free. Narcan is the opioid reversal medication, so if somebody is in an overdose and you get to them in time, you can actually reverse them. There's no age restriction on carrying Narcan, and we can do trainings for groups, professionals, etc. We have trained over 2,700 individuals on overdose response. One of the things that came from our forum is that the schools actually invited us to start doing drug education classes and overdose education classes. So again, the coroner and I have partnered to do these evidence-based, well, it's modeled after an evidence-based curriculum on kind of drug education and then also overdose response. So we have done, we did classes with all the Oakland Bay Junior High School students, class by class, and then we also did it at Shelton High School last month. They televised us into the room, so we did 1 hour of drug education, then we did 1 hour of overdose response. And I've also started doing those workshops in juvenile detention. So I have now had the privilege of engaging with our young folks on this, and through conversations, it's really opening my eyes to how much overdose is impacting our young ones. And we learned about the ACEs and how that's going to impact folks. So I really would love to see a huge community response on this. The good news is that Narcan programs work. Of the folks that I've been able to re-engage with, we have been able to get information on 431 successful overdose reversals in Mason County over the last 5 years. So that's pretty major, and that's a very under number, right? That's just of the folks that I've been able to talk to. Real quick, this is a very random slide that I threw in, but I think it's really important, especially for our young folks, to know that we do have a really great Good Samaritan overdose law in Washington State. It covers a few things. First of all, it means that It allows, anybody to get naloxone and to use it if acting in good faith. It also allows me as a non-medical professional to be able to give this medication out to people. But one of the things that is so important that our younger folks really need to know, because when we're young, our brains aren't developed and we tend to get very afraid of things and not act, our decision making is impacted. But it says that if you're seeking medical help for somebody having an overdose, so calling 911, the person calling and the person in overdose will not be charged or prosecuted for minor drug possession. So it covers alcohol, marijuana, etc. So I've heard, of younger people, experiencing a fatal overdose, and their friends were around it and they panicked and they were so afraid of the legal consequences that they didn't act quickly. So we really want to make sure that folks know that they will not get in trouble or legal trouble if they're calling for help. I have several resources here. We have our public health website, healthymasoncounty.com, that has great resource links to all behavioral health resources. We have medication take-back boxes. We have the Youth Prevention Coalition, so I have Ben's email in there. And then 2 resources, or a few that I think would be really great. Learnabouttreatment.org is an amazing website from the University of Washington, all about treatment, so it's very informative and has links to where you can get help. There's stopoverdose.org, which has a youth overdose education page. They also have a basic handout on fentanyl, so what is fentanyl, how does it work, etc. And it has other really great resources for professionals, for community members, their toolkits, etc. And then King County put out a program, Talk Even If, which is specifically a toolkit for parents to learn how to talk about fentanyl with their kids. And I didn't put it on there, but they also put they did a program called Laced and Lethal, which is a very interactive webpage for teenagers to learn about fentanyl themselves. So those are some resources around the state. And then I did have a link to that peer-reviewed paper on fentanyl exposure risks to first responders. So if we have time, does anybody have any questions? Yes?
So on the healthy use surveys, the data showed that the most used substance in youth was cannabis. So are we focusing on fentanyl-based cannabis? Is that
So there's no actual hard evidence that shows that there is fentanyl-laced cannabis. There's no verified reports of that. I am eager and open to learning about verified reports. We want to make sure that we're giving fact-based information, not rumor-based information. So to my knowledge at this time, we don't have information about that, including from like law enforcement seizures, etc. So, I don't know. But if that does become an issue, then yeah, we would absolutely, bring that awareness and education. So if you hear of anything, let us know. Any more questions? Yes?
Will you also be doing the drug and overdose training at Choice and Cedar High School?
We go to Choice in 2 weeks, and I've talked to Cedar, but I haven't scheduled something for them, and Pioneer also wants us to go up.
And also is,
You don't even need it.
Oh, and while you're thinking, I'd also like to say that the majority of schools have been trained on overdose response and Narcan use, and almost all campuses, I think at this point, do have Narcan on hand. One of the things we did, the Shelton High School, their policies had only allowed Narcan to be on campus at the high school, but they changed that policy last year or earlier this year to now allow Narcan to be on campus at all grades.
okay, I remember.
Okay.
I guess I have 5 years in recovery, and so I was sober off of drugs before fentanyl was around in Mason County. And is it a drug that you use and you can build a tolerance to use more and more and more, or is it not like that?
Yeah, just like any opioid, your body does become dependent on it, physically dependent on it, and you'll have to use more and more in order to get the same effect that you used before. So I would say that, really heavy duty opioid users can take a bunch of fentanyl. I mean, overdoses happen frequently, but most people aren't overdosing, right? We're not seeing people overdosing the same person every single day. We are having overdoses every day. But it's not, yes, your body can kind of build a tolerance, but even we have people, so again, at the Syringe Service Program, who've been injecting opioids for a very long time, who take one hit of fentanyl and overdose. So it is very strong even to people who have incredibly high tolerances, and people who have really high tolerance to opioids tend to think that they're not going to, right? They don't think that they're at risk. So it's also dangerous. Okay, I'm at time, but I'm available for questions after. Thank you.
Alrighty. So we've had an incredible day, a lot of fantastic presentations and individuals sharing all their information with us. And we have one last presenter that's gonna take us home and close out the day's festivities. So I have the pleasure to introduce Nieves, who is a Choice High School student representative and a leadership student. She is a first-generation Mexican-American, born and raised in Shelton, Washington. She works as an admin at Jalisco Tortilla Factory and enjoys reading, cooking, and Disney movies. I like that part right there. Nieves is also a youth group member at her church with a passion for substance use prevention, as well as advocating for others. Please help me welcome Nieves.
Hello, community members and special guests. Thank you for joining me today at the 2023 Skokomish Prevention Summit. My name is Nieves Juarez Villa. I am this year's youth representative and student voice. It is an honor to be here among this crowd to talk about substance prevention, a topic I am beyond passionate about. Substance abuse in youth has its history of being a difficult conversation to have with families and youth. This can often stem from close to home or personal substance use disorders. Some community members believe that substance use should be a conversation held at the adult table and sheltered away from young people. But I am here to tell you today about the impact it has had on me and my peers. This year, we have been a part of the Mason County Prevention team targeted at educating youth and students about the short-term and long-term effects of substance use in teens. This year alone, we have worked on several projects such as questionnaires, surveys, presentations, and films, all student-led and driven. Who better to tackle this topic than youth themselves? With data and information from the Healthy Use surveys, informational conversations with the Mason County Prevention team, we have been able to pass on important information to friends and other teens who are on this journey with us. At the beginning of the year, the prevention team visited our classroom and asked us what we already knew, how we knew, or even if we've had exposure to substances such as cannabis, alcohol, and tobacco. Students shared with the team where and how youth had access to these substances, including conversations they've heard or seen from friends and other students. Along with this, the prevention team provided us with statistics and data they had collected from the Healthy Use survey. They talked about different strategies companies and retailers were using to catch the attention of young people like ourselves. When having this information, students were able to map out on a local map of our county all the different locations where we know these substances were being sold and promoted. This exercise was a major eye-opener for many students, as we quickly realized how many locations we had near us. This led us to our next major project. A leadership class took a walk to nearby locations that were within walking distance from our school, where we knew alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis were being sold. We observed from the outside of the buildings the promotions and schemes companies created to catch young people's attention. We checked off everything we've seen in the advertisements, such as vibrant colors, catchy slogans, and even flavors that were attractive to teens. This exercise was a unique experience because students got to see firsthand some of the marketing strategies used to lure young viewers to these substances. These projects were crucial to the learning environment because youth not only now knew the dangers that these substances pose to their health, but they understood that industries knew if they were able to catch the attention of young people in time, they would have a loyal audience by the time these youth were young adults and were able to purchase these substances for themselves. There is a specific power to teaching youth not what to think, but how to think for themselves. Encouraging good decision-making in youth is crucial to raising a generation of young adults that will make conscious and smart decisions for themselves and those they love. So I ask all of you to ask yourself a very simple but important question on your drive home tonight. Does my youth or teen in my life understand the way they are being targeted everywhere and at all times by these money-hungry industries? If your answer is no, I strongly encourage you to sit them down and have a conversation with them about how they can help protect themselves and others from falling into the hands of companies looking to lure them into making a decision that can have a long-term effect on their life and health. Thank you for joining me this afternoon and making a step forward to a healthier and happier community. I hope to see you all next year. Have a safe trip home and a blessed weekend. Any questions about any of the projects we've done over the years? Yes.
Is there any place where you could find information on how to have these conversations and discussions, or even to show examples to the youth as to what should be sticking out?
Yes. So our alternative school, I'll speak for our little program. We actually work really closely with a program called Turning Point, which is a one-on-one counseling and therapy program for students who are seeking out extra help. So all of our students, that's actually a really good question because Ben asked all of the students in the classroom if they knew where to go when they needed extra support. And surprisingly, everyone in the classroom responded, yes, we have Turning Point. And they were able to name off certain connections that they had. Through that way, there's kind of a wave of information. You know, when you're at school, when you have peers and other friends around you, the connections come pretty easily. So as a family member or a parent, they are able to call the school or get in contact with any of the school members, and then they would be connected to a program such as Turning Point, where they would be offered free prevention and some help. Yes?
So the kids are aware that there are two different turning points then, because the primary turning point in Mason County would be the domestic violence shelter?
Yes. So actually we have a small team that actually come to the school to make it a little bit more local, and sometimes, you know, parents work after school, there's not transportation, or, you know, kids are involved in other extracurricular activities. So these members can actually come to the school and schedule an appointment with them, so then they would be individually asked to be removed from the classroom, have a private place where they can speak and have those small little interactions with them. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Is the mapping that students did just where businesses were selling to underage
So the mappings that we actually did was like retailers. So for example, gas stations or maybe corner spots where, you know, tobacco wraps are being sold, or, you know, sometimes you'll drive by a retailer and you'll see all these flashy promotions and the big advertisements. So it was really interesting because a lot of the students, we actually had a drew out map of the county, and a lot of students would be able to raise their hand and say, well, you know, like every time my mom drives me to school, we pass through a certain deli or a certain gas station, and I see like the big promotions. So that's the places we targeted the most. And that's when they took a walk and just kind of observed the advertisements, because I do know there's certain restrictions and laws around some advertisements for certain substances. So, Okay, thank you. Oh, yes? Thank you.
One last time, I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. The summit is over, so drive safely. Thank you for being here. If you want more information, you can contact Ben or Shelley or myself. Thank you for being here, for Health of Choice, and all of the partners that helped put this together. Thanks again. Have a good one.